got posted in a lot of gamer
All right,
subreddits.
good morning.
Ooh, nice. You're pragmatic, take pissed off incels. You attended the pillars in the capital incels. Yeah, what
Yeah, I
you
felt like
I
playing.
think primarily is
It's my
bullying.
day off. I figured.
Yeah, dude, you got me. I was actually fucking attacking every gamer on the planet. Like, man, this is low budget bullshit. I don't even want to fucking entertain it. Okay.
What? You just did.
I can't explain this to you guys enough.
It's the
I got
truth.
fucking government ops. Okay.
It's a government op. That's right. Everyone criticizing Hassan Piker, it's a government op.
I got the entire propaganda apparatus of the nation state of Israel inside of my fucking asshole.
That's right. Everyone criticizing him for saying that gamers are unfair families. It's because they use Israel. Michael Knowles says, I can think of several bases on which to prosecute Hassan Piker off the top of my head, and yeah.
All right.
Shut your bitch ass up. This will be you soon, Hassan. This will be you soon. It's gonna happen. It's inevitable. All right, so we got to see this this drama, this shoe on head Hassan Piker drama. I love how every single community or anything that Hassan dips his toe in immediately scurries away from him like the cockroach he is.
Nothing says I'm confident in my life choices and beliefs than absolutely melting down over being lightly roasted for being a loser.
Bro, you were on the last shoe on head video. I will literally up with a gun.
You were in a shoe on head video. I will kill myself. Shoe on head doing more for the United States than anyone I know. No one has done.
Yeah, you know what?
Oh, he didn't kill himself.
Instead of playing this,
In here, okay?
Again, I don't call for violence. I don't endorse violence.
I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna be doing a subathon on Friday,
What's this clip of Hassan?
where I'm gonna start at 6 in the morning and I'm going all the way till midnight. I'm gonna be playing different games, doing all kinds of different shit, just trying to get people in.
Right. So,
I got somebody that's promoting it for me. I'm gonna build a base in Winrose that I could start a new character on, but I'm gonna cheat it. I'm gonna build the base and I'm gonna fill it with resources and shit.
A grown man saw another grown man
So
speaking about the normal human desire to want a family.
let me
and
change
want
it so
children
people
of
know
Hassan Piker wants you to go
what I'm
extinct.
doing.
Did you consider that, perhaps?
and called him an incel, cockroach behavior.
Together as a little family. Even streamers who say at the start they didn't want kids end up breaking down happy in tears. So, what's really interesting about this is all of these unfaithful losers in the gaming sphere always talk about like starting families and stuff.
You don't have a family, but you want a family? Cringe. Cringe. You don't even
The
have
ship
a family.
battles
Why
are
do you
the
think
shit,
you want a
man.
family? Hassan, you're not even in Palestine. You make believe you care about Palestinians? That's hilarious.
And I don't understand like why this has become a thing that they care about. Like, if you're a gamer, you should care about things that you actually experience. You should care about things that
Hassan Piker cares about Palestinians losing a war that they started, but he's literally not even there. Cringe.
you actually enjoy, right? If you're a lonely gamer who has never been around a woman and will never have sex with a woman, why do you
Hassan Piker literally pays for sex, by the way.
care?
And I've never played on the Boston Celtics or caught a Pokemon, but I buy the same stupid game every year
Damn,
to
babe.
pretend I do, because that's the whole point in playing.
It's the funniest thing in the world. Like, people need to actually explain generic human life to this motherfucker, because he's so in tune with terrorist cockroach tendencies that he can't even possibly fathom why people actually would want to have children.
Like, why do you care about having children or like riding for having children? Like, it's just not something that you're gonna experience ever.
I
for
did open
your
up the
life.
swamps though, and
Believe he
I've been
cares
stocking
about
up on tar.
Palestine and he doesn't even get genocided himself?
But yeah, I already started this base.
First of all, the
So I'm gonna
only
work on
thing
it a
about
bit.
something, if it affects you, is extremely libertarian coded, and also
It's pretty funny.
And it's online, so if other people want to join too. I'm trying to make an interactive channel.
Wants everybody to care about a genocide that is happening across the
Oh,
ocean.
shit.
Second of all, what is this nihilistic horse? You never aspire for anything.
I'm trying to make a true community, not just a bunch of people that watch me, man. People I can actually interact with.
This is the dude the media wants us to believe is going to save young men from the
That's
alt-right
right.
pipeline.
Joe Rogan to the left be like, actually don't have kids and kill yourself.
I'm gonna delete that one.
Joe Rogan to the left be like, Zap's dog, you should
And
kill
delete
yourself.
this one.
Don't have children. Your life means nothing. It's irrelevant. Let's vote for Abdul El Sayed Mohammed Ali Baba for Senate so that he could promote the savior of Palestinian terrorists.
Okay. And I love how he's like, unfuckable losers. Like, okay, congrats on the sex, bro. Check out this sex haver over here. I'm sure
Yeah, that's the cool thing about this game is it saves the progress of the character, not the world.
Something weird about a man who could easily consensually get sex from a woman, but chooses to go to a brothel. I don't know. Just saying.
Something I always thought was
It's also cool for rushes, man. You could rush like a friend or something.
Open his mouth about now all of Shoe's 2 million viewers will know about this.
I'm telling you, man, the best part about people platforming Hassan is the fact that normal humans actually get introduced to the fact that we have a birthright citizen, Turkish retard in our country that hates our country, hates our way of life, wants us to die. He said openly all Christians are fascist. Christianity is a fascist ideology. He supports the assassination of the president and multiple senators that he's called for the deaths for. He supports every terrorist organization you could think of, from the Islamic ones like Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah. He thinks the Houthis should get a Nobel Peace Prize. He loves all those guys, obviously. He doesn't care Hezbollah murdered hundreds of thousands in Syria. He doesn't care that hundreds of thousands are died of starvation in Yemen because of the Houthis. Doesn't care about any of that.
Yeah,
shit.
you got to start cleaning up them smaller quests.
Terrorists, and they hate our country. He supports the cartels. He supports the Cuban
And
communists that oppress their people.
explore
The more you learn about Hassan, the more you realize
just
fucking
random
Hassan
islands.
is the cartel.
Whenever you pass a random island, even if you're not sent there, stop there and explore. Because you'll get experience through those too.
Watching the normies turn on him.
Suspect passed.
Also,
Yeah, because there are a lot of islands on there that have like points of interest, and you're never sent there for a quest. So they're just like little bonus places that you could pick up.
Looking down at people for wanting something more out of life. I don't understand how someone could be so mentally that this is their reaction to such like a simple, wholesome concept.
And all things considered, this is really just a light roast that shouldn't have prompted a response at all.
It's really not, though. It's really not. She fucking killed him.
Shoe did
He
weirdly.
takes himself super seriously. Look, this is the dude that makes.
I think I'm level 10. Let me see. Yeah, I'm halfway, almost halfway through level 10.
You know, he supports Chinese imperialism. He's not anti-imperialist. He just supports the other empire. Every single thing he supports is hypocritical. Everything, because he just actually hates the West. That's his only ideological, honestly, line that follows through every single one of his policies.
They bring up this other streamer also being against.
The game froze up. There it is.
Hassan's girlfriend. That's why this roast was double good. Because the other streamer that's also about how, no, I actually don't want to have kids. Having kids is lame and gay. I hate kids and stuff because I was mind raped by gay college grooming teachers, and shit like that. That's Hassan's girlfriend.
I'm probably never having kids. I'm probably gonna play video games for the rest of my life. I'm probably gonna be as hot for as long as I can. And
The pathetic, nihilistic existence.
probably gonna keep making money. That's probably what's gonna happen for the next 40 years.
That's right. She'll be miserable and die alone.
Until people are just gonna keep being mad at me about it. Menopause is gonna hit me like a brick wall, but at least I will be in the bag until then. You don't want kids? I'll do it whenever I want. I don't think I'm running out of time.
Absolute delusion.
And honestly, I don't know the difference between which one of them is.
Agenda that's getting destroyed in real time by people that
Just explain why Hassan basically melted down.
I will literally to the gun.
contributing to the American society than anyone gives a shit.
Up in here. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to purchase a shotgun myself in the face?
We can vote. This is like, is this a democracy? Hold up.
Not die in the process, but at least lose significant chunks of the same substandard, suboptimal IQ level that Shuonhead and her dumb audience operates in, so I can do a regular response to that? Is that what you want me to do?
Yes, because this response was a lot more mature and higher IQ. Oh my god. It's just absolute cinema.
Nothing says, I think she's stupid and irrelevant.
Yeah. This is beneath me, says the guy, melting down.
Then going into a tism-type tirade for multiple minutes about how little you care about her opinion. That's definitely not ruining your day. I can't.
That is so ridiculous, I will kill myself. Oh my god, this is fucking crazy.
Times he and his orbiters have blasted statements I've made, but the thing about actually believing your enemies or idiots is you're not affected by idiot opinions.
True. Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer.
Boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer.
True. Again, I get called out by the Hassan retards all the time. Hassan slanders me on his stream on a regular basis, and it means fucking nothing.
So with
The compelling argument that Shuonhead one that should
Have you considered Shuonhead is getting paid by the Israeli government for some sort of gigantic op to make Hassan look like a complete fucking retard?
left in the dustbin of mystery back in 2016. Ooh, look at me, emo girl.
No, Shuonhead is he lied. He didn't even need to lie, and he still lied. He called me a pedophile. But he slandered horribly to his audience, millions of retards and terrorists. He lied as easily as he breathes. He called Asmongold a mother killer, that he murdered his also obviously not fucking
Like, and I think about politics all the time. Ooh, look at me. As an emo girl, I look like that one meme on the internet.
So Shu says you got a creepy history with buying overseas. Well, Hassan's best clapback is, remember she used to look like a meme, and then maturing in motherhood made her see the world beyond or naive? Bernie Sanders can save the Democrat Party beliefs.
Oh, that's
Hassan
that's
just
bad.
looks like every emotional woman losing an argument.
Bro, that's what the left does. It turns men into effeminate retards.
And actually, that sums up every single Hassan emotional woman lose an argument.
Why would you open the kid when you listen to Shuonhead in 2026, man? What the f*** is wrong with you?
No! I can't believe you watch an entertaining show! No! No! She's like emo!
Are basically a humanoid version of a f***ing Reddit aggregator. Spit
I
out
prefer a Reddit aggregator to whatever terrorist slop dribble Hassan pushes out. Like, let me remind you, that dude, he's been ducking debating me
What's
for
up?
a very long time now. But this dude is a ginormous fucking retard coward.
shit that they see on subreddits. So why the f*** are you going there? You might as well just go to the subreddit directly and read all the commentary that they turn into video essays. Jesus Christ. What an unbearable fucking way to exist, dude. Oh, I'm getting all my politics from Shuonhead.
Man, leftists eating each other has got to be my favorite meal.
Honestly,
It's easy to get lost
good
in the
luck,
caves.
dude.
Which is just pure projection at its
Shuonhead is
Have you
the
played the game?
that were retarded in regards to a video game. Hassan Piker, you want me to kill myself? Shuonhead's emo.
finest. Why watch Shu when you can just read Reddit?
If not, I highly recommend it. This game is the shit.
While chugging soy milk for yourself.
What's up? What's the trick?
This is just because Shu said Hassan's take on a video game was bad. But for it to hit him this hard, the whole not having kids must be really sensitive. Not just for him specifically, but to anybody still listening to Hassan nonsense. As Shu just proves that having your own family and finding happiness is the gateway away from these miserable socialist circles.
Yeah, I'm level 10.
Straight facts, but also
Right now,
nothing in the
I'm
world
building
will
a
radicalize you
cheater level.
like having a family. All right, you're gonna
I'm
have a
building
dog,
something that when I start new
all
characters,
of a sudden, you're gonna be pro-gun. That's
they
right.
start off
All of a
good.
sudden, you're not gonna want to import rapists from the third world that literally don't have anti-pedophilia laws in their countries, all of a sudden you're not gonna want that. You know, nothing radicalizes you like the family.
The first episode of my old Hell World series was actually all about police brutality. It was all about police brutality towards innocent protesters. I was a little more ACAB. Lived the fuck out back then. But hey, to be fair to
Yeah, I never thought of that.
happens when you live in the sheltered suburbs of Long Island in your parents' basement versus having a kid and living in the city for 4 years.
That's
The
right.
police are a taxpayer-funded HR department for structural violence. They exist solely to protect the rights of private property. Yeah, we need more police. Police are good. Police are great. Give the police more guns. More guns. Give them more guns. Tanks. Tanks, even.
As this is
Yeah, she was anti-police, anti-gun, and then she had a family and all. She's pro-police, pro-gun. What? What? Living in reality changes your perception on the retard bullshit, fake propaganda that's being shoveled down your throats online. What?
isn't just a petty patter between liberal political commentators. It's Hassan's pathetic attempts to maintain relevance.
Yeah, I've been sticking to putting down torches, but
where Hassan is like a Minecraft streamer. His existing audience is outgrowing him while he's getting too old to bring in that new generation of listeners. And the saddest aspect
because his actual audience are fucking retards and terrorists.
about this is everybody already sees it except for him. So if you appreciate it,
Hassan actually thinks that he's gonna survive
What
this.
the fuck?
He doesn't realize his viewer count is going down no matter how many media appearances he makes. No one wants to sit there and watch
the brightness?
dedicated, dog-shocking, terrorist, pedophile supporting.
No, because that makes it look like
every
shit.
single day for hours. Documenting his downfall is easily one of my favorite things.
Hang on.
Man, my new favorite Hassan Piker quote is, "A low IQ person made fun of me. You want me to kill myself?" That's got to be my new favorite Hassan Piker quote. Up there with, we would totally understand why someone would kill Hassan Piker in public. I don't endorse it. I don't want it to happen. I'm not calling for violence, to be clear. But I would totally understand if someone would kill him.
Can I get that rock? Yes, I can. Alright, so let's go back to this.
Women just have much more empathy than men. Like, I swear, a lot of men lack the empathy gene. Like, a lot of them are borderline psychopaths. Like, why don't men care about their children? It's because they don't have empathy.
And that truth bomb about how terrible men are was brought to you by a YouTuber who goes by Manifestel. Her proof of this statement? The actions of a few celebrities. Great. Thanks for attacking men in general because of what a few celebrities are doing.
Cool, I can turn this down a little
as I
bit.
said, this is Manifestel, or
Where is
Elle
it?
Ray.
Global
Which sounds
Illumination?
like a fake name, but I guess we can just call her Elle. Elle is a part of a group of women
View
who
distance,
decided to
texture,
become
effects,
YouTubers after they
reflections,
binged
post-processing,
older content
grass
from
draw
Sura 7 on
distance,
TikTok.
shader
And it
quality.
seems like their singular goal
Motion
is to
blur,
make
blood
their
wounds
female
effect.
viewers as unlikable as possible. As if male and female relationships already weren't bad enough, we have creators like Manifestel making things worse by spreading narcissistic ideology like this.
Just exist. Because as a woman, you have value just by existing. And a lot of people don't want you to know that. Simply existing with a man, you're already doing him a favor. Because you bring so much to the table just by existing with him. Just by allowing him 24/7 access to you.
Nah, no you don't. The only things that have value just by existing are children and pets. So unless you want to be treated like a child or a pet, you better get to work. Getting along with someone and enjoying their company is great. That's the fun part of the relationship. But also, there's a lot of work to be done to create the space to have fun. And what guy wants to be with a woman who just sits there and exists?
Yeah, I
What
don't.
woman would want to put up with a man who just exists in a relationship? Well, I can think of someone who wouldn't.
Like, honestly, the holidays are even worse for women who bear this responsibility of making sure that everything is in place and everyone else is unwinding. Like, a lot of the women are running themselves ragged while the men just exist.
Oh, so now it's suddenly a problem for someone to not contribute actual labor when it means that you have to do the work. What a convenient set of beliefs. It's almost the same kind of one-sided beliefs a person who lacks the empathy gene would have. So on the female side of the internet, you have ideas like that poisoning women. Women who are often fresh out of a pathological relationship when they find Manifestel, and she basically recommends that they fix their relationship problems by doing the exact bad things that were done to them. And if that wasn't bad enough, she fills their head with ideas that are very far removed from reality.
Guy friends almost always end up liking you.
Okay, technically that part was true. Anyway, here's the delusional part.
And for the longest time that you've been friends with them, they have liked you for all that time. So you just allowed him to date you for years on end, getting all the benefits of a relationship with you, draining you, using you in the games of men, using you as a status symbol, all under the guise of friendship.
Wait, they get all the benefits? Are you sure? Because I can think of a physical activity that is a benefit of a relationship that guys don't get when they're in the friend zone.
Women are trophies in the games of men. So female presence around a man confers a lot of status on him. All of a sudden, he's a winner. I've experienced and learned from other women how guy friends would want to go out with you as friends, but they would make other people think that you're together. And after that, he still has the audacity to Venmo request you.
You're kidding, right? As a guy, if you pretend to go out with a chick when you're actually in the friend zone, all of your male friends are going to think you're a complete loser when they find out. This isn't high school, Elle. I mean, you're old enough to be out of college. You're a fully grown adult, and who in their mid-20s thinks a guy in the friend zone is a winner? She's so delusional about this that she brings up a comment about how a male chat mod of a female streamer is using that streamer for clout, as if anyone outside of Reddit thinks that a Pokimane simp is cool. And the craziest thing is that she spends this whole video pretending that women don't knowingly string guys along in the friend zone because of the benefits that they get.
All the girlies who say, well, my guy friend is okay because he pays for me. So when you go out, he pays for you, but he's not dating you. They're accessing you in a romantic way, in a romantic setting, without being your actual mate.
Yeah, it sounds like she's receiving the benefit of a relationship here. Because certainly I don't pay for all my friends' meals. We either trade off or we split the bill. Now, despite the fact that Manifestel will throw slight jabs at the manosphere, I really don't see much of a difference between her content and channels like Fresh and Fit. That's kind of the problem with all this stuff. I think mainstream figures in both the manosphere and the She-Ra 7 cinematic universe promote ideology that is incredibly toxic to the dating pool. The gold digger stuff is just the version of it that appeals to women. However, despite Elle taking slight jabs at channels like Fresh and Fit, she repeats the same ideology.
You set it to low?
Not him. You are the source.
Yeah, let me get it.
Where have I heard that before?
I always find it interesting how like girls kind of like look at it like I'm the prize. Not really. I don't think so.
The reason why the man is surprised is because the man.
Oh, I set it to epic.
The woman for the woman
all right,
to be
there.
interested in. That's a fact.
Personally, I fail to see strong relationships where each partner doesn't think of the other as the prize. But maybe that's just my own life experiences. Next, we have the abundance mindset.
I want guys to have an abundance mindset because when you have an abundance mindset, you're able to better detect the girl that is worthy of a relationship.
I will in a sec.
Because as a woman, everyone wants to access you. Like literally.
Dude, I need 15 for that? Holy shit.
I mean, I've even heard Manifestel.
Because as it turns out,
Let me
women usually date within or below their league, while men usually date out of their league.
What? If you watch the video, for evidence of this is a random street interview where men say they would rather date a higher value woman, and women say they would rather date a lower value man. First of all, just because a man wants a more valuable woman, doesn't mean he can get her. Second, hypergamy is not specifically defined, so we have no idea what it means. Does higher value mean more physically attractive, more money, more education, more social skills, a better network? That's kind of the problem with this and the hypergamy studies that I was able to find. Basically, none of them considered important value indicators like physical attractiveness or the person's network and how those mix with things like making more money. Now, surely Elle wouldn't repeat this same talking point about how hypergamous men are in a different video about princess treatment and be dumb enough to show a graph that displays married men making double what married women make and follow that by saying that women would rather be single than marry a guy who makes less than $40K a year, which is more than the average woman made in that study. That sounds kind of hypergamous. I mean, even the unmarried men are making more than the married women. And this is men marrying up? The only metric she wins on is education, but this probably doesn't factor in trade schools or apprenticeships. And more importantly, being a college graduate doesn't mean you're smart or have a lot of money. In fact, what I see here is the unmarried men who make more than women are probably in a lot less debt. But if you think that her thoughts on hypergamy was the worst manosphere copycat take, then you haven't heard this one.
Men baby trap women all the time, especially women who have high potential or are already high achieving, high earning women. Men love to baby trap these women all the time. A lot of bad men will baby trap you, have children with you, then disengage, leave, and then use the child to manipulate you and have constant, continuous access to you through the child. A lot of bad men use children to perpetually abuse their ex-partners. And a lot of the times, the court systems help them do it. The courts help these bad men control their exes' lives.
No, I don't need these.
But ultimately, the decision to have a child or not is on the woman, so this isn't trapping. Even if you were stupid and had unprotected sex with a person you aren't married to, women can still choose whether or not to take that baby to term, whether a man consents to it or not. The man can't do that, which is why it's called trapping. Though I don't see why everyone feels the need to blame the opposite sex. If you have unprotected sex with a person who you aren't in a committed relationship with, then both of you are stupid. Stop creating messed up situations for children and then blaming each other for it because you wanted to feel slightly better in bed. And if you had the kid voluntarily in a marriage but it failed, then that's not baby trapping, that's people picking the wrong partners. So I don't think Elle really understands the terms that she's using. But I will say that it literally looks like this chick just watched a bunch of Manosphere content, flipped around some of the words, and sold it to women. I mean, this is straight up copycat material.
When you do the exact same work as another woman, you are the exact same as that woman. When you sleep with a man, have relations with a man, it doesn't matter if he's your husband, your boyfriend, your friends with benefits, you're performing the exact same act as an S worker. You are an S worker too.
Did she just say that all women are prostitutes? This is satire, right? But just in case you had any doubt about this being the female version of the Manosphere, then look, she even sells a crappy overpriced course on how to be a YouTuber, where she brags about how much money she makes, and if you pay her $450, which is a sale, guys, so you're getting a deal here, it's totally not always on sale, but if you pay her $450, she'll even show you how much money she makes. Except, we already know how much money you make. You said here it's over $100,000. I feel like I just saved people money on part 5. Speaking of each section, I don't know what any of this stuff means on part 4. Everything in part 3 can be Googled in like 5 seconds, as well as most of part 2. Or, alternatively, you can learn how to take blurry photos from Elle with tons of visual noise, so your eye has no idea what to focus on, which is terrible for social media marketing. Really, the only advice here that would be worth any money is script writing and content strategy. But you can learn that stuff for way less than what she's charging. Both of these topics are talked about in this masterclass from the writers of Stranger Things, and it's like $10 to get access to it. Also, watch this video from the South Park creators, and then buy this book by John Truby. There, I just saved you $400. Speaking of people like Shira7, the whole foundation of this gold digger spoiled girly movement is what they call princess treatment. And if you don't know what that means, let's have Elle define it.
A good man will do his best to make it easy for you. A good man allows you to turn off the chaos in your brain in his presence. Like, the greenest green flag is when you can stop thinking about things. Like, you can just turn your brain off, put yourself in Princess Passenger mode in his presence. Because he's doing all the thinking, he's doing all the planning, he's doing all these things.
Yeah, that sounds a lot like infantilization. It sounds like you want to be treated like a child who doesn't have to do anything. Well, a spoiled child who mommy and daddy buy a bunch of useless nonsense for.
Princess treatment is apparently the new status symbol. Purchasing your own luxury items or luxury experiences is no longer the most highest aspirational marker of high status. It is now getting a way to get you those things. The luxury items, the luxury experiences.
Great, yet another female influencer telling women that men ain't shit unless they waste money on an ugly-ass Louis Vuitton shirt or go on vacation 10 times a year. Be real, spoiled girlies. The only reason that you like this design is because they won't let you have this purse unless you're rich. Otherwise, it's ugly or unimpressive. Literally the biggest waste of money ever. It's almost as dumb as Californians paying for a $75,000 house on a $1.2 million product. But getting back to the infantilization part and the part where Manifestelle is yet again arguing to be treated like a child or a pet, it's really ironic because I've watched her say this.
Men are not children. Stop infantilizing them.
So it's wrong for women to infantilize men, but it's ideal if men treat women like they're children? How about both parties behave like adults? Now, I do think it's fine to let the woman that you with sit back and relax and handle everything. I mean, why wouldn't you want to treat a significant other well? But if she expects you to do that 24/7 while she's spaced out all the time just existing, it gets annoying. Particularly if she combos that with a messed up and unappreciative statement like, this is the bare minimum you can do for me because just by existing around me, you're draining my resources.
Provider men are the bare minimum. Okay, so it is a spoiled girly support group. Provider men are the bare minimum. And in the spoiled girly support group, provider men are not status symbols. Okay, like, They're the only men that exist.
By provider man, she means the guy who pays for everything, does all the work, and wastes money on luxury items that are valued by the brand name and not by the design or the quality of the materials. So, what a nice way to devalue a man who works hard while framing it as a compliment. Hey, you know all that hard work you did to become rich and successful? That's like D+ bare minimum effort. It's just a passing grade. I mean, for how much she talks about women being treated poorly, she sure has a way of speaking down to men, even the men she labels as good. But great news, guys. I think you'll enjoy the advice from this next clip.
If he offers you a coffee date or a walking date, he wants to take you on a first date to walk you like a dog. A lot of us have been offered coffee dates or walking dates, but it is on us to reject them, okay?
Funny how you mentioned the dog thing as a demeaning standard when she often states that she wants to be treated like a pet. But thanks, Manifestel. You just gave us a cheat code to make sure that we never end up in a relation and a problem, but leading with money will very likely end up stuck up narcissists. Now, this is not to say that Elle always makes bad arguments. Like I've stated with other creators that I've made videos on, there's a reason why people agree with her and follow her content. It's because there's truth in some of what she says, and it seems like a primary concern from her viewers is that in the past, they've dated losers.
And a lot of women think that by being with a man when he's down and out, when he's financially unstable, by supporting him, paying his bills, buying him a car, paying for rent, while he sits home and plays video games, you think that you're helping him out. But this man is not in his purpose.
Yeah, I agree. Women shouldn't date men who don't have jobs or men who are still making minimum wage in their late 20s. There are so many jobs out there that are in demand and pay well, especially in the trades. If a guy is just wasting his life away by playing Fortnite for 12 hours a day, then women shouldn't date him. And certainly they shouldn't be paying his bills. The second topic I think people like Manifestel have a strong point on is when they talk about traditional marriages and about how much of a vulnerable place that type of relationship can put women in if they choose incorrectly.
For 24 years, I lived in $1 homes. I vacationed all over the world. I spent my summers in Hawaii. I could buy myself $500 jeans, diamond tennis bracelets. We had boats and RVs and whatever I wanted. And it never bothered me once that my financial...
Oh, hell yeah, that's much better.
That man being in love with me.
I don't even need the torches anymore.
Him liking me or not liking me or finding me sexy or
marriages are still better than modern ones. There aren't issues. I do think women should be learning how to vet for men, and maybe invest time into building a marketable skill that makes you survive just in case, or make sure that you have supportive family members that you can fall back on just in case. Good relationships don't always have edges against abusers or fallout, and it's important that this is brought up because if you're in a position where your partner is going to put you in a place where they have enormous power over you, and they fight for that, then they are most likely going to be abusive, or at the very least, will be tempted to leverage that power against you. But also understand that this problem is compounded by other things like assholes buying up entire neighborhoods.
Yeah, I can see way much better.
Housing, whether that's to or purposefully make people more mentally ill by making it too expensive for people to be able to afford to leave abusive relationships. Mentally ill people are very easy to manipulate and control, especially through fear-mongering, and don't think assholes out there wouldn't do this. There's a whole book about it called The Dictator's Handbook that talks about how politicians do things like purposefully design...
Well, the exit is a little harder to find.
People don't have time to protest. You'd be surprised at how much of people's free time you can steal with inefficient traffic lights, inefficient infrastructure, or endless construction. So understand that this problem is a little bit more complicated than one group on the internet pointing the finger at women and one group on the internet pointing the finger at men. And it would be nice if we could stop doing that, so instead we could focus on asshole elites who are pathologizing society so they can get a few more zeros next to their names or stay in power.
Getting into this whole comparative suffering thing, whether it's black, Asian, white, Chinese, man, woman, all this other stuff, it is most often pointless and counterproductive. You spend more time discussing who suffers more and who suffers less, and less time acknowledging the other person's suffering.
Suffering Olympics.
You're in competition. There's literally no opportunity here for you guys to work together because you're too busy being like, I have it worse. And in order for you to be able to say that you have it worse, you have to discredit the other side. How are you ever going to build?
Speaking of politics and an extreme lack of self-awareness, Manifestel decided to make a video about the 2024 election.
Oh.
You may have noticed, like, I don't really talk about politics. There's other people better equipped to talk about that, and it's not me, okay? If you are expecting me to, number one, tell you my political to push that certain political ideology on you. No, this is not the place for it.
Aw, this is so sweet. She thinks she doesn't push any of her political ideology in her videos.
And this is all because I believe that the patriarchal structures we are under have once again tricked us into being pygmies for them.
What's funny is that this very ideologically charged statement is the next thing she says. And I'm supposed to believe that she scripts these videos when she makes optics mistakes like that? I mean, you would have to not watch her content to be unable to figure out where she is on the political spectrum. Especially when she throws out stuff like this in most videos.
On top of us living in what some people would call late-stage capitalism, which hot take is literally just capitalism.
Gee, personally I'm only aware of one group on the internet that uses that term, late-stage capitalism. Like, it's a very specific group of people.
It's the reason why people love to emphasize how much they worked hard instead of acknowledging the privileges that gave them a leg up.
Now she's going on about privilege. Are you still having trouble figuring out where Elle falls on the political spectrum? What if I told you that she's quoted Naomi Wolf in a few videos, uses the term misogyny a lot, and says stuff like natural society was matriarchal until men took society from women and created the patriarchy?
Why does the patriarchy need to be legitimized through these complicated social constructs? It's almost like it's unnatural. Okay, and we talked about it in our God is a Woman class. Like, it is such a deep dive on the origins of patriarchy and how matriarchy was the default programming of a lot of our societies, and patriarchy literally was so artificial, and it's caused a lot of problems.
Would anyone have trouble figuring out that this chick is on the left? And not just on the left, I mean Elle is very on the left. Using the term late-stage capitalism should be a big red flag for that. Only breadtubers use that term.
Women are waking up to the fact that the least a man can do is pay. They taught us that it is bad to be an entitled, difficult, spoiled gold digger. You know why? It's to police us from demanding our fair shake in this capitalist patriarchal society.
Or it's because it's annoying. But the whole spoiled girly thing must be confusing, because feminist types like her typically see it as demeaning to let a man be the breadwinner and be in control. I really don't understand how a person who constantly preaches feminist ideology could have these beliefs unless her ideology is catered to whatever conveniently benefits her the most, instead of being catered to any kind of moral consistency, which is very much the move of a radicalized person. So when I say she's very on the left, I mean that she is very on the left. Like woke radical leftist echo chamber, where she never listens to opposing ideas.
First of all, men are not allowed in the comments, okay? Y'all are not allowed. This is not your space. The rest of the internet is your space. This is the spoiled girly support group. Men are not allowed. I've been hearing this sentiment about how
we need to hear people out and have all these conversations with different types of people.
No, like, I don't need to talk to, like, people that I don't want to talk to. I don't need to talk to people who argue from bad faith. I don't need to do this and that. Like, I don't need to do anything, okay?
Yeah, I can tell that you never listen to opposition because so many of the things that you say are complete nonsense. Only someone who never looks at criticism would say these things. Again, it's so hard to believe that someone is unironically saying this that it sounds like satire. This is exactly what South Park was making fun of.
If you do not like me, you are not allowed in my safe space.
And by the way, it's not just no men in the comments, it's also nobody who is not a spoiled girly is allowed to comment on my videos either.
And as a reminder, only spoiled girlies are allowed in the spoiled girly support group, and it's a support group, not given to class.
That's hilarious. It's literally the Safe Space song from South Park in its entirety, even using similar wording.
The fuck?
As I said before, this chick has no self-awareness, which I'm sure has nothing to do with her insistence on never listening to people who disagree with her. And what I mean by that is that during the politics video, she's like, I used to be a dumb woke person who would have been in those TikTok compilations of people freaking out because Trump won, but I've changed now.
This isn't my first rodeo, okay? Like, I was in the trenches, protesting, walking, chanting, making signs and posters. Like, I was mad. And honestly, I'm so thankful that I didn't have TikTok back then, because I'd be in these compilations. Honestly. Like, these compilations that they make on TikTok to make fun of women in pain and women who have been manipulated to be so emotionally dependent on a patriarchal structure, so much so that it sends them spiraling when things do not go their way politically. Like, these are women in pain, and it's so upsetting to see that this has been done to them. And like I said, I'm so passionate about this because I was these women.
I love how she plays the victim here and says, these poor women melting down because their political candidate lost. Weren't these people also saying that their political opponent should have been assassinated and made TikToks lamenting about how the shooter missed? I have no sympathy for these people. If you don't want people clipping you, then don't post it on the internet. They're adults and they're responsible for their own actions. Stop playing the victim card and infantilizing them.
At this point in time, I was turning into an easily triggered person. I was becoming evil. I was looking down on people for the very same behavior I was engaging in. And every time something happened outside of my control, the wrong person got voted in, you know, whatever, it would send me into a spiral, okay? Like, I was catastrophizing, worrying, and just having these intrusive, like, what if XYZ bad thing happened thoughts. It also makes me so sad that other women are still being turned into that, okay? It's still happening to women all over the country, especially young women. And I have done so much to heal from that.
Elle, how exactly did you change? Sure, you might not be flipping out because Trump won the election again, but you still exhibit all the same pathological behaviors that the average wokie does. What do I mean by that? Well, why don't we talk about it?
I always get accused of instigating a gender war between men and women.
Gee, I wonder why people would accuse you of this. Maybe it has something to do with you moving into man-hating ideology right after you said that.
Oh, this is so divisive. Like, why are you so bitter? Like, you know you're doing more harm than good.
Okay, I don't need to do that. Okay, I don't need to start a fake gender war online. You know why? Because we're already at war. Women and children are already being harmed by the male population. Violent crime has a male problem. Child SA has a male problem. Mass unalivement has a male problem. When do we start talking about our male problem?
Well, if you're going to be openly sexist, then why stop there? Why not break these problems with violent crime down by race? And if framing it like that makes you a bigot, then saying, we need to talk about the male problem is just as messed up. Now, I've watched a number of the Gold Digger videos over the past couple years, and I have never seen one of them spread radicalized man-hating ideology as often as Manifestel does. Maybe the Wizard Liz had a bad video or two that I would say possibly counts as sexist. Possibly. Anna Bay is like a fashion YouTuber now, so she doesn't count. And Shira7 is often really funny when she talks shit about men. So actually, I don't really care about the things that she says because it's just comedy.
I've been with him 4 years and we still ain't moved out or have a ring, and currently he has no job. Then you a prisoner. You've been kidnapped by a broke man.
I mean, I don't like her morals, but she is funny. That being said, Manifestel spreads man-hating vitriol in at least half of the videos that I watched. She straight up has mantras designed to make women hate men.
Men are inherently labor, and they are inherently risk. I always tell you, men are inherently risk, men are inherently labor, men are still labor, and men are still risk.
Now, I don't think I've ever seen her explain this because she uses a bunch of insider language designed to make outsiders not understand what she's talking about, which totally is not something that radicalized cults do. I mean, she clearly has read the How to Make a Cult section of the 48 Laws of Power, as she has her spoiled girly support group that doesn't allow dissenting opinions and has the narcissistic belief that her group is better than other people. A number of cult tactics are being used here. But I think by labor, she means that men have the crazy expectation of women having to do work in their relationship, and by risk, she means that men are violent. She also says this a lot.
If you're new here, the freebird theory is our theory that men like to cage freebirds. They like pursuing women who have things going for themselves, are on the cusp of something great, are on the precipice of making a name for themselves, and these men trap these women, essentially caging the free bird. And the freer the bird, the higher the bird flies, the more satisfying the takedown.
I have no idea what this means. I've never seen this in real life. Like, I'm sure there's a person on TikTok who has a story, but this is not a common thing. Men aren't just out there thinking, this woman's about to become a CEO, I can't wait to cage her and ruin her dreams. And her examples for stuff like this are usually celebrities, so I don't think she has the strongest grasp on reality. Understand that she's describing traditional relationships here, so I also think that she thinks that traditional relationships are inherently pathological, as she very frequently calls them indentured servitude, and completely undermines the fact that men also have to work incredibly hard to make those relationships work, especially in a modern economy. But as I said, this chick has no ability to see stuff from other people's perspectives or self-reflect, so she'll say stuff like this.
It is a trend that comes up time and time again, like literally in history. It comes out time and time again, and it's the objectification to dehumanization pipeline, which usually ends up, almost always, in the harming, unaliving, enslaving, and colonizing of said dehumanized and objectified people.
Get it? It's ironic because she objectifies and dehumanizes men all the time.
Just by existing with a man, you have value and you are being mined for your value. And the least men can do is pay.
I want someone to make a counter for how many times she objectifies men in her videos for their money and just sees them as a wallet. And speaking of dehumanization, Elle constantly dehumanizes men to make us seem psychopathic and evil.
Men love free birds. Like, they take pleasure in you giving up something to be with them.
What kind of men are you dating? Again, this is not a common thing. The only person who would think this is common is a person who got all their relationship knowledge from TikTok.
Always see older women in their 80s and 90s saying what has kept them going for so long. They say this, they say men make us
This comment, are women really living longer and happier lives without men? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, this is like incel content for women. It's hard to imagine any self-respecting man dating someone who hates men so much that she would frame them in this way in so many videos. The minute he sees her saying stuff like this, he's out.
Men have not kept up with the times. They still have this entitlement towards women, and they are disrespecting women even more, they are scamming women even more, they're hurting women even more, they're unaliving women even more.
And now we're a bunch of killers? Unaliving women even more is a strange claim because murder rates have been trending downward for the past 30 years, and only spiked up a little bit during the COVID years when mainstream media was openly encouraging rioting. But now that that's over, you can see them trending down again, and the rates of female homicide follow the same trend. You would think that Elle would look that up before she put that statement in her video. And what I mean by that is that she's given the sentiment that men are becoming more violent in multiple videos, but apparently has never taken a few seconds to actually look that up to see if it was true. Do you not see how saying this kind of stuff is dehumanizing towards men and might make the audience feel that violence towards men is justified?
Well, here's the thing, is that I feel like any time that I have people on the internet that act like that, there is like, basically there's 3 words: unresolved personal trauma. Yeah. That's what it is. It's like somebody goes on the internet and they got problems with another group of people. I'll tell you the reason why. It's because you don't have problems with men, you have problems with your dad. You know, you don't have problems with women, you have problems with your ex-girlfriend. That's what it is. Every fucking time.
Their opinions are product of their own anecdotal evidence.
And then on the internet, they meet 100,000 other people who think the same thing, and they're like, oh, it's true.
Yeah, really. I couldn't have said it better myself. Now, a regular viewer of Manifestel might say, but she says hashtag not all men.
With that being said, I know that there are plenty of good men out there, plenty of emotionally intelligent, emotionally stable men. My reality is populated by good men. And obviously there's a lot of good fathers out there. I know a lot. I'm surrounded by them.
Wow, great. Congrats. Where exactly are these men? You spend all of this time demonizing men or men asterisks, but you basically never show examples of men doing good things. You never discuss good points or good criticisms they have, and you never show any compassion or any empathy for men who are going through difficult times. Not only that, but immediately after the comment about good fathers, she says something demeaning about men, and then says, if you question me, then you must be a violent piece of shit.
But whenever we talk about these things, that's why I say men asterisk. Asterisk means we're just below bare minimum effort men. And if you feel hit like that, if you're like a hit dog hollering about not all men, why do you empathize with that? Why do you empathize with the malicious below bare minimum effort men? Not all men. Okay, why do you feel hit? Does this apply? Does the shoe fit?
Are you really going to say that? You made
Oh,
a
man.
video about how you were offended because of a comment someone made, generalizing a group of women.
On today's episode, we are talking about what happened on a certain podcast. One of the podcasters, Esther, out of the blue, literally unprovoked, made this claim.
You guys, I'm gonna say something kind of wild, but it's because I saw it somewhere. Someone said that the reason why some girls are tighter than others is because, No. It has nothing to do with that. They said that it's because, like, ethnicity-wise, like black men have, our teeth have larger, so therefore the women have bigger.
Now, if your jaw was on the floor, join the club. Obviously, what Esther said is absolutely despicable, absolutely atrocious. Like, I need more synonyms to convey how terrible it was.
Should I assume that you sleep around a lot because you were offended by that comment? Why are you so triggered? Does the shoe fit? Are you a bad woman? Now, obviously, that would be a stupid assumption because it's okay to be upset when someone negatively generalizes a group that you belong to. If someone says, women bad, it does not make you a bad woman to be mad about that generalization. People's outrage isn't always a projection. So I agree that Esther's comment about female anatomy was stupid, but the most astronomically ironic thing about Manifestel being upset about all this is that Manifestel almost constantly compares men to rapists, murderers, child abusers, and psychopaths, and she's offended by a little anatomy comment that was in poor taste? So I don't really care if you say, hashtag known all men. You're still going to radicalize your audience because they've never experienced good examples of men through your content. Particularly if you say on a regular basis that anyone who criticizes your extreme beliefs is acting in bad faith or is being a no-nuance Nelly. It would be like if a person had a social media account where he shows crime footage, but he only shows black people committing the worst and most disgusting crimes. Is he suddenly exonerated of spreading racial hatred if he writes hashtag not all black people on every post? Because that's essentially what Manifestel does. It's like her little sexism get out of jail free card. You don't believe the way she's speaking is a problem? Well, this is how race relations were in the 1990s before BLM.
What do you think of white people? White people, they straight, you know. They just like me, you know. They straight, just, you know, they just stay white and be black, you know.
To me, nothing wrong with white people. I love them just like I love the black. Ain't nothing wrong with the people by their color.
You hear me? Just like me. I'm black, just a different color skin, that's who I am.
Right. But is there, you find there's a difference in the way you're treated by white people as opposed to black people?
Well, you know, they haven't treated me wrong in no kind of way.
Never?
Never. I ain't never had no static with no white person.
This is how society was when I was growing up. I remember this. Nobody had a problem with each other until like 2014. And now, this next clip is what race relations are like after a bunch of Marxists spread anti-white propaganda, not unlike what Manifestel says about men.
So all the white people here, y'all got work to do. Stay the fuck out of black people's business. Go in your neighborhood. Do the anti-blackness work in there. I don't need your opinion. I don't need no Marxist bullshit. I can read black Marxism on my own.
I mean, it's so bad that I've watched over 30 of her videos, actually probably closer to 40 at the time of recording, and I was only able to find a single example of her saying positive things about men, and it was basically just men who are on her ideological team, following a TikTok trend that she likes. So, congrats. Real tough one there to praise someone who already agrees with you. She also praised this guy here from a comment, but she only agrees with him because he was crapping on men, which still makes her a sexist, so I don't count that. And she praised this guy who spent a bunch of money on a chick, but she deleted that video for some reason, so I'm not going to count that. She actually deletes a lot of her content. In fact, a couple of days after I began doing research on her, she deleted over a third of her videos, going from 75 videos to 48. Now, I don't understand if you had a bad take that you no longer agree with, or you got an important piece of information wrong and you want to memory hole that. What creator hasn't done this? But to delete over 3 million views or a third of her channel in one day is kind of extreme. Why did she do that? Well, apparently she does it frequently, according to Tree of Logic, who's watched her longer than I have.
Hold on. Let's see. Which one was it? She is known for deleting videos. She did a video on that black woman and got that wrong. Deleted that video. But there was a video she did before this one, and it was so bad. I was like, girl, come on. Come on, girl. Do something. Yeah, no, that's bad.
Fortunately, I've been doing this for a while, so I save everything I take notes on. Otherwise, this would have been a much less interesting video. But the point is that saying hashtag not all men is not good enough if you don't regularly humanize them to give the audience an experience with men doing things correctly. In fact, she actively argues against talking about what a good man is.
Here's the thing too. I get asked this a lot. Well, what should we look for in a man? Like, give me a bullet point, a list, like, check, check, check. Like, number one, we are not giving men a step-by-step of how they can pretend to be the person that we like. Don't give them a layout of what you want, okay? Just observe what they do for you. And if you want them to do more of something, reward it positively.
What a great civil servant. I want men to act a certain way, but I won't tell them what I want. They just have to guess and hope they get it right so I can positively reinforce it, and if they don't get it right, I'm going to be quietly fuming at them for something I never communicated that I wanted. You must be excellent at conflict resolution in a relationship.
You guys are so entitled that even the idea of asking is offensive to you. And then when you don't ask, don't get what you didn't ask for, then you complain about it on a podcast. It's crazy.
They don't talk.
Bitch, use your words.
They don't talk.
Use your fucking words.
They don't talk, but they want men that communicate. That's wild.
Now, a part of the Manifestal brand is that she's the spoiled girlie who goes into the research. I mean, not that she actually does that, but it's how her viewers see her. And she has a real degree, sort of, because she graduated in, like, biology or something. So she puts a lot of research on screen to make it look like she's well-read.
Thank you.
But allow me to caution you, because that is often a red herring, as I have found while making videos, that an uncomfortable amount of people do not actually read the research that they use for their videos, including multiple doctors. So what I see with Elle is a very lazy demeanor when it comes to research, while trying to maintain the reputation of someone who is a good fact-checker. It's not just the critical thinking fail or the failure to clarify with the study that she used to make her point about hypergamy, or the fact that she talks about homicide in multiple videos without showing the actual statistics. But Elle also very frequently cites secondary sources, which are like magazine articles about a study, instead of the original source material. This is a problem, particularly when complex things are being studied, instead of simple demographics. This often causes her to make stupid claims like this.
I am so passionate about this because of the effects of all this invisible labor on women, and especially women's health. Studies have found that imbalance in household labor is associated with poor health, and domestic work has been linked to pain in the neck, back, and shoulders, and even cardiovascular disease.
You've got to be kidding me. Housework causes heart disease? Where does that claim come from? Because I didn't see it in anything she sourced. That article was about chronic injury, and if we're going to have a pissing contest about that, then may I point out that over 90% of workplace deaths are men. You think men don't get injured doing their jobs too? Anyway, even though she will sometimes go, air quote, deeper into the data, though she seems to frequently just quote the summary of the study, but when she does go deeper, she often uses those results to fearmonger the audience into thinking that traditional men want to kill their wives.
What are family annihilators? It would seem to have been Dietz, 1986, who first coined the term family annihilator. He described the family annihilator as usually the senior man of the house, who is depressed, paranoid, intoxicated, or a combination of these, and noted that he may commit suicide after unaliving the others or may force the police to unalive him. It is also clear that family annihilation, as well as spree or serial murder, is an overwhelmingly male pursuit.
So I looked up the actual statistics for murder by an intimate partner, and this study from 2021 said that 4,970 women were homicide victims versus 17,970 males. 34% of women were victimized by an intimate partner, which comes out to 1,690. For comparison, according to this graph, in that same year, 12,135 women were killed in car accidents, which means you are roughly 7 times more likely to die from a car crash than you are by an intimate partner. Manifestal majored in the STEM field, right? So I'm sure that she understands math. So why doesn't she mention how dangerous it is to be around cars? We're trying to protect women, right? Also note that considering that men are over 3 times more likely to be victims of murder than women, it's probably best to categorize these by total number of victims and not by percentage if you want an accurate picture of this problem. So if you do these categories by the total number of victims, it turns out that the actual number of people who are victimized by intimate partners is 1,690 women versus 1,078 men. So, in Manifestal, women abusing and killing their male partners is not that infrequent. The numbers are actually way closer than the title of this article suggests. But what a shock. Yet another example of women most affected in a situation where most of the victims are men. Not to mention that the silver lining of women knowing their assailant more often than men is that you can more effectively reduce this problem by learning human psychology and by learning how to identify predators so that you can stay away from them. Yet instead of empowering her viewers with information like this, Manifestal often fearmongers her audience into believing that murder is something that's likely to happen to them if they don't heed her warnings. She does that by saying, you can never tell what kind of men these are. There are no signs. It's just random.
And the problem with previous pre-2014 perception of the family annihilators was that family annihilators were painted as like these obviously unhappy and frustrated men, like men whose turmoil is so visible that we think that we wouldn't know if they were innocent. But apparently, that's not representative of reality. You can never really can tell.
Actually, there's a great book that teaches you how to identify risk factors for extreme users called The Murderer Next Door. But do you know what the dumbest thing was? Elle's evidence of, this is just random, you can never tell who it's going to be, comes from a text that says, men had good jobs and made a lot of money. They would never do anything abusive. Are you kidding me? Yeah, like a rich person has never done something evil before. If you ever need any proof that graduating college doesn't make you smart or give you critical thinking skills, here it is. The text also stated, "Oh, but publicly he seemed like a good husband." Do you have any idea how many people lie about the health of their relationships in public? Behind the scenes, there were probably a number of signs he was abusive before he committed the crime. These things don't just happen in a vacuum. You can learn the signs. Now, have you ever thought about doing any research on mental health? I mean, how does this video actually help your audience? Telling them that men are a bunch of killers and there's not much they can do to protect themselves. But in reality, there's a lot you can do to protect yourself from abusive people. First and foremost, understand that abusive people, male or female, tend to be very good at identifying who will be an easy target. The best thing that you can do is not be a good victim. One of the most common ways that abusive people know that you're weak is through your posture. Not only does standing up straight make you more physically attractive, it also signals that you're not weak. Bad posture is one of the ways that bullies know which kid to pick on at school. They also look for people with very strong or weak voices, or people who aren't very assertive. Outside of that, there are certain common red flags that abusers have in a relationship, like they call you stupid or worthless a lot, or they think of excuses to isolate you from your friends and family, or they increasingly try to restrict your freedom against your will. So if they do those things, then don't marry or have kids with them. Maybe if Elle did some actual research on this stuff, she could give her audience some decent advice. But wait, if she did actual research, she couldn't fearmonger her audience about the frequency of murder, and that's bad for views.
Late last year, this TikTok video went viral, and it reads, "White men because they no longer want to be a married father of 4, but divorce is never an option." And she first points the phone at her head and then points it at other people, basically as a joke to say that these men would threaten to do bad things to themselves, but really they do bad things to the people around them, aka their family. And no, I cannot play the video, but check it out if you want, okay? And this video was so viral because, I mean, it's a thing.
Sorry if this seems like a random tangent, but I caught it during editing and I couldn't leave it out. So you mean to tell me that this chick flipped out and went on a 22-minute rant about how disgusting a comment was that a girl made about black people, but if a black person makes a joke calling white men a bunch of mass shooters who will harm their own families, that's something that your audience just has to watch? I'm so tired of these fucking racists virtue signaling to everyone. Either all of this stuff is okay, or none of it's okay. These people will say the most racist shit, and then when someone makes half a joke back at them, they'll spend like 10 hours crying about it. Anyway, sorry for the tangent. Let's finish the fear-mongering clip.
But it's a lot more common than once in a blue moon. And honestly, the girlies are already starting to talk about it. Someone said,
"It's like a universal agreement that this is how they will handle it. Even when they simply lose a job, this is their reaction."
And one of the main reasons I want to talk about this today is because it does need to be studied. Okay, we are in the midst of the so-called male loneliness crisis, aka men's F around and find out era.
Actually, look at the murder rates, Elle. All cases of murder are like 5.5 people per 100,000, and spousal homicides are way less than that. This is a very rare occurrence, and you show no evidence that murder is an increasing problem over the past 10, 20, or 30 years. It's been going down. Even after it spiked during COVID, it's still going down. I mean, you brag about being a STEM major, but did you forget everything from your stats class? Because your negligence on the research here is stunning. I am genuinely shocked that you can read an entire book and watch like 100 episodes of Criminal Minds, but you can't spend 5 seconds Googling a very obvious question like, what are the homicide rates in America? I'm not even being hyperbolic about how insane the fear-mongering is, as Manifestel literally suggests that becoming a trad wife will get you killed.
So today's class is to shed a light on this very disturbing phenomenon and how the trends that are rising right now, such as the increased proliferation of trad wife content and the adoption of trad wife lifestyle, predicts the rise of family annihilators.
What exactly is your evidence of this? Do you even have like a correlative graph of trad wife relationships going up, followed by an increasing murder rate? No, because the murder rates are going down. So where do we get this correlation of TikTok influencers promoting traditionalism, leading to increased homicide?
And if you think I'm overblowing this issue, you want to gaslight me about how this is not a real problem, listen to this.
If you're in the true crime community, you would know how scary accurate this is. It needs to be studied truly.
It's a thing, it's a big thing, it's a known thing, and it's a thing that should be studied so that we could prevent it. And it is so big that Criminal Minds, the TV series, did multiple episodes on this topic, showing all the different iterations of family annihilators. They did at least one episode on Family Annihilators in season 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13.
Oh yeah? You don't think this is a problem? Well, there was a TV show that did a lot of episodes on it. I bet you can't argue against that. You can't be serious, Elle. Where is your education? Now, I haven't shown this, but she uses the term media literacy a lot. So, Elle, if you're media literate, then where is your understanding that seeing something on TV a lot doesn't mean it's genuinely a frequent occurrence? I mean, when I was a kid, I thought I had a high chance of dying in quicksand because every movie had quicksand in it. Yet, in all my life, I've never encountered quicksand before. Again, you've got to be kidding me. How does this media literate spoiled girly not know that over-reporting bad things is a very common news tactic to make people think that those things happen more frequently than they actually do? Anyway, next she says this.
Did you know that women are the main consumers of true crime? Which is funny, I mean, not funny, but interesting, because we are also the main victims of violent crime.
Actually, men are more often the victims of violent crime, and when it comes to murder, most of the victims are men. Again, these are simple numbers that take seconds to look up. Seriously, Elle, you should sue the college that you went to for not teaching you research methodology. But maybe I shouldn't be this generous because honestly, her research is so bad that mixed with everything else, it's hard to not attribute it to open malice towards men.
Not only are we living in a crisis of masculinity and male loneliness, we are also living in an uncertain economy where industries are facing great disruption by new technology. What happens when these men who have all this responsibility face job loss, business failure, loss of money, loss of status, and loss of face? What happens when we create a society filled with the perfect conditions for a family annihilator? You get the rise of family annihilators. When they can no longer perform masculinity by being
One more fucking nail.
the big boss, they resort to crime as a last resort performance of masculinity so that they can feel good about themselves. Crime by men is a form of social practice invoked as a resource when other resources are unavailable for accomplishing masculinity. And apparently, men are socialized to accomplish masculinity by hurting women and children.
Yeah, after that comment, I see no reason to give you any shareability.
What?
With no evidence other than someone else's opinion in a book that you read.
Oh
and a
my
Google
god.
Trends search, you
What she
that
said
men are
was so
socialized
stupid
to
it made
kill
my
women
head
and
hurt.
children.
It was like being punched in the brain. Oh.
Have you ever wondered why most relationships don't work out?
Tried to choke me out, threw me again.
There are many reasons, and one of them is that some people are crazy. Grab some popcorn because you're about to meet 5 of the craziest girlfriends imaginable. Tomorrow, we begin on December 11th, 2022, when officers in Kane County, Illinois were called to a residence to
Hey,
investigate a reported
that's right next to Will County, where I grew up.
A male caller explained that he needed to remove his things from the house they shared, and he was too scared of his girlfriend to do it without a police presence. He claimed she threatened to physically harm him if he left her, and when the officers arrived at the scene, they confirmed the threat was very real.
Tammy's upstairs. She's
intention of cooperating with the officers, even though she claimed she wanted her boyfriend out of the house. What she really wanted was to play games with the officers and make herself out to be the victim. She went as far as to suggest the officers were her
Oh
husband,
man, you gotta
and
stop.
she was going to sue them. How do you think that worked out for her?
Jimmy, we can't hear you. All right, well, this situation is not going to go away. Tammy, this situation is not going away. He needs his property. He's a liar. Get him out of my house. I'm not going to have him touch me again. Right, exactly. He doesn't want to. He wants to get his stuff. Where is his wallet? I don't know. He walked out. He said you have it. No, I don't have it. I don't have anything in his stuff. No, I am super ill. And he needs to walk out. And you guys are in my house without my legal permission. Tammy. I will call and I will call my attorney and a cop. Tammy, we are not harassing you. No, you're not. We are not harassing you. No. Okay, call him. Tammy, give us the backpack and then we will leave.
She finally makes an appearance and she brings her violent attitude with her. She wasn't facing any charges when the officers arrived, but that changed very quickly.
Why am I always one nail short? How the fuck is that possible?
You pushed me. What's his name? No, I did not. I did not. Get my hand. You're spitting and leave my hand alone. You're hurting me. Oh my God, leave me alone. Stop. Get him off my hand. I got to go to the goddamn bathroom. Stop screaming. I gotta use the bathroom. You gotta calm down. You haven't lowered your voice. I'm going to file a lawsuit. Get away from me, you. You are nasty. You pushed me under the floor. You're liars, son. Don't you kick me in the crotch.
I can't.
You just kicked me in the groin. Get away from me. Good Lord. God damn it. Are you all right? Yeah. You're going to jail. I can't breathe. You're hurting my goddamn wrist. Then sit and behave yourself. I gotta poo, you dummy. Well, I'm not letting you into the bathroom by yourself. Why? What am I gonna do? Poo on you? Well, you've kicked me. Oh, you're a liar. You're such a liar. Did. You're such a liar. All right, stop. Just stop. Just stop. Stop, yes. Just stop it. Stop it. I can't.
After she dug a hole that she couldn't climb out of, she went back to her original plan, playing the victim card and looking for sympathy. When that didn't work, she went right back to what she really was, angry and violent.
Please. Don't push me down. I can't breathe. Get up. Just, you know what, leave her. No, I gotta go to the bathroom, guys. You think I'm lying? No. Okay. Well, I'm shitting my pants. I'm not lying about this guy. You're in my house. You're in my house harassing me with an abusive guy. You kicked my partner. I didn't. You let your dog loose on us. Bit me.
on the report and on the charging document.
You're right. They will.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to talk. I am going to tell everybody.
I will give you all of my supervisor's contact information.
Stop
And I.
pushing my neck down. I have spine surgery. I amputated. I gotta go to the bathroom. Get these cuts off so I can use the goddamn bathroom. I'm not feeling well. And I'm pooping on myself. I need to go to the restroom. This guy here has abused me. And they're hurting me. I have lupus and Raynaud's, and these cuffs are so tight. They're tighter than I
loosened them up just for you.
Do you see how purple they are? I need them off. I have lupus. I'm not gonna fall. I want to get off. Leave me alone. You're really not helping me. Thank you.
Just stop.
No, you stop.
Just
leave
stop.
me alone and stop. And then you get what you got.
Just stop.
Just relax. I'm not going to do anything.
Well, I got this.
No, well, nothing. You threw me on the floor. And I got marks on my arms.
After being medically cleared at a local hospital, she was taken to jail and charged with aggravated battery. We now go to Wisconsin, where our male victim wasn't just threatened, he was stabbed. Stabbed X. In Menomonee Falls, Wisconsin, officers received a 911 call on December 21st, 2023, that a man was stabbed by the mother of his child. His story checked out as he was struggling in the front yard when officers arrived at the scene. An ambulance was already on the way, but the suspect was nowhere to be found. One officer tended to the man until the ambulance arrived. A second officer at the scene tried to piece the case together and started talking to witnesses, starting with the young man who made the 911 call. He had vital evidence, including the suspect's name and her potential location. It was time for the officers to start the hunt for the knife-wielding woman identified as Deshanti.
Can you come over here for a second? The fire department's going to show up and help them out. Were you here and saw what happened?
I saw it all.
Okay. Who are we looking for? Girlfriend?
Baby mama.
Baby mama? Is she gone? Is she still here?
I don't know. After that, after I seen that, I quickly broke the bill. Got him in the bathroom. Well, I got him in my room. And I called the police and my mother.
Alright. And then you guys walked out here and waited for us to show up? So you have no idea where she went? Does she live here with him?
I'm just getting off of work, not too long. Taco Bell on 50 time road.
So she was there. You took her into the bed. You took him into the bedroom. And then when you guys came out, she was gone? Or she's still there?
Alright. I ain't, like, when we came out of the bathroom, I wasn't looking for her. I was trying to, because he was panicking, so.
Could be in the apartment?
I don't know.
No. Does she have a car?
Hold on, this is father.
Okay. Alright. Baby mama stabbed him. He doesn't know what baby mama is. He's not really helpful, but understandable why.
So she's not on scene?
We don't know. She doesn't have a car, is what he's saying, so we need to check the apartment.
Go check the apartment.
He's on the phone with Dad. Their dad. Okay.
Are you Deshanti? Is she in there? Okay. We're gonna come in.
Where did Deshanti go? What's that? Back door. Who are you to? Police department. Police department.
They quickly locate three young women they hope will lead them to the suspect, but they're not offering to be overly helpful.
He told me I gotta stay in here, Mom.
Do you have ID?
Yeah, I got ID.
Yep. I'll take a look at that.
He said I can't come out. Now he said I can't come out. I gotta hang out. This is irritating. That's why I can't call you. I called you 1,000 times, so I won't have to stay in this house. Now I gotta stay here and hang out. I could have got my list. I could have been gone. He said I gotta stay in this house now. The police officer, please, it's irritating. Mom, because I called you 1,000 times, you didn't know where to be found.
There's a basement.
Oh, shoot.
Does she have a car? Does she have a car?
But did you see her leave? You saw her leave?
I asked her if she leave and she said yes, so she went to the
Does she have a car?
No,
Where would she go if she walked out? Does she have a you know where she lives?
that's her. No, she lived with us. They was arguing. I guess when she stabbed him.
You saw it?
No, we heard the commotion come down there.
So the two guys outside, they're your brothers?
Yeah, and then she heard the
Her best friend's upstairs? What's her best friend's name? Hi.
Do we have friends yet?
No, we don't. Okay. There's a lot of people here. Okay. But not Deshanti. She went out the back. Well, yes. Okay. What's downstairs? Anything?
I don't have. They said she was back.
Out the back door? Okay.
I got one female upstairs. I got her ID here. She's very irritated, but it's not. I'll go walk around back. She left out the back, not by herself.
They still hadn't identified Deshanti, but it appeared they were on her trail. They found the bloody knife in the basement, and several more law enforcement officers joined the search and were swarming all over the property.
Yep, there's some blood right there. There's the knife. Yep, okay. Let's secure that. Yeah, if you want to come down.
Yeah, I want a picture of that knife to send to the crew. Or
Okay.
what's left of it. Yeah.
No handle.
Oh.
Right there. False 212, it's Deshanti. There's blood on it. Just the tip, maybe an inch. Handle is though. Joiner.
Xavier Joiner?
No, it says Jaden, maybe?
Oh, he said Xavier.
Okay.
Oh, actually, she actually works here. She actually, you're here, Mike.
Here. Back here at the seat. Yeah. I'm going to do a Travis.
I'm gonna check outside. You've got the house. All right.
In the distance, officers noticed a new bystander checking out the scene, so he decided to see if they can shed any light on the situation. They'd be in for a big surprise. The woman was just standing there with blood on her face, and she refused to identify herself and had an alibi ready to go. Did they find the suspect? They certainly thought so.
Hi there. Her. Yeah, what's your name, dear? You have an ID? Yeah, what's your ID? Do you have an ID on you? Don't grab in your don't grab in your pockets. Okay? Keep your hands out of your pockets. Turn around right now.
What's your name, dear?
Well, you're not under arrest. You're being detained.
You also have blood on your face, so.
When we ask you not to put your hands in your pockets and you just deliberately ignore us over and over, that's going to be an issue, okay?
It's also going to be an issue if you lie about your name.
Okay. You know what's going on here?
I need a uniform over one building.
Yeah, but no.
After what? After everything happens, like all the police officers.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused. Are you hurt at all?
No.
Yeah, brother. So how did you get the scratches or the cuts on your face?
I don't know how that happened.
You got one on your, looks like a scratch on your neck?
Close
doors, Captain. How about the blood on your hand?
My nose, I'll fix my nose.
That's the word!
What?
Right,
Do you have any weapons on? And so you were right up over here, just standing on the...
No, I'm thankful for you all came. I wasn't sure if they had that house.
We're gonna walk you over to the front of this car, okay? We're gonna make sure you don't have any weapons on you.
Yeah, we're gonna grab your phone.
She was placed under arrest as the officers attempted to verify her identity, but she still seemed to think that she was walking away from the situation. She thought wrong.
We're searching you because you're going to go in the back of the squad car. We have to make sure you don't have any weapons on you. Well, if you want to be technical about it, yes. Law enforcement tells you not to put your hands in your pocket.
I'm going to jail for putting my
That
hands
is
in my
illegal.
pocket.
No, you're going to the back of the squad.
So these Antifa donuts had the great idea of fighting back against these racist biker gangs, as they call them. All of us know that these people are cowards. They feel tough in groups. This happened at a No Kings rally, and they had the fantastic idea of not only calling these bikers out, but singling out and harassing a woman there. And once these bikers heard that, you already know what happened next. It seems like no matter how many cans of ass whooping these lot get, they never learn. We had a bit of preview at the start. Alright, so this is the guy harassing the woman. So you're going to be fighting all these biker gangs. Probably wasn't a good idea to mention that. And two, harassing women is a no-go. These guys don't play that. We've got normal activities from the peaceful protesters, right? So when the guy said Antifa fighting with cops, then when bikers fight back, Antifa wants the cops to do something. Perfectly sums up these people. You can't. Let me know what you guys think. I thoroughly enjoyed watching that. And he's got a point too. At least he's getting some exercise. What a donut. Well, you could have just stayed at home, mate, and none of this would have happened, would it?
How would you guys define a woman?
Here we go.
Submissive. Let's see.
I think that there are genetic or biological characteristics that define a woman.
That's a tough question. Is it a tough question? Is it?
Parts, but I feel like they can do whatever they want to be.
This guy's scared.
But if you want to walk around saying you're a woman with a penis, then good for you. I'm a woman with penises. If that's what you feel, then you're a woman, yeah? So would you date me?
Why is he even thinking about answering that question?
That's a tough question. No, I don't know that way. What do you mean? I'm a woman. I just said I'm a woman. I mean, that's the tricky part. I don't like the penis part. You know?
Right. It's scary to me that this is all recorded at educated places. These are real people, not NPCs. Scary times.
The only reason society exists is because it is built on the backs of the unpaid and unrecognized labor of women. Sure, men have died in war, men have died in laborious jobs, and I would argue that if women were in charge, we would have less war and we would have less death. But that's
Because women have waged more war in the last 500 years.
Yeah, and you also have to look at who they had as their representatives and for their council, because this has been like highly studied that it wasn't necessarily their individual.
Can you imagine if we had women like her, you know, with a nuclear button? We would all be cooked. Because An ex-boyfriend would upset her, and we'd all have to take the rap. Yeah.
Dual
Yikes.
choice. A lot of it was like pressure
Right.
from
Whenever women make a bad decision, women have the privilege of blaming it on someone else, where men have to take the fall.
That's an interesting perspective. I disagree.
So, going back to, do you agree that men do most of the most difficult and needed jobs in society?
Right, yeah. No.
How would society keep running without men doing the infrastructure jobs?
Uh-huh.
Logging, fishing, trucking.
Oh, do you mean like in the world wars when men left and women took over those positions and we ran the entire country and took over the jobs that you say that we couldn't?
No, they didn't take over the majority of the jobs.
We did.
They did. They took over factory positions.
We took over the positions that men
They were
had.
not. They were not doing the electrical. They were not doing the plumbing.
Yeah.
They were not
Yeah.
building the.
You know, my answer to her is, she keeps going on about equality. Now they've got the equality that they can do any job they want that men do, but they don't want to do them, and they're not doing them.
Oh, man, wait, what's going on now? My name is Nick Shirley. Yes.
How does Nick always get himself in these situations?
Please stop it. Ma'am, I don't want to cut some bums here. Just say that just follow me now.
That's weird.
Whoa. My name is Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley, that's my name. Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley.
You work for yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Have you ever heard of it? It's called being an entrepreneur.
It's what is it called?
Being an entrepreneur. Can we talk to you real quick?
No, thank you. Who are you with?
My name's Nick Shirley.
Entrepreneur. What are you doing out here today?
We're talking to people here at this protest. What do you think about what's going on in Iran?
I think the U.S.-Israeli war in Iran is an imperialist war
What am I
against a
looking at?
country of 90 million people with a long history of struggle against imperialist oppression.
What are you doing? What? We aren't even doing anything, ma'am. What's going on, ma'am?
Peaceful protesters.
Smile.
What are you live streaming for?
Oh, we're not live streaming. We're taking a video.
Okay, what are you taking a video for?
We're making a video asking people what their thoughts are about the United
Why?
States.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Ma'am, you can go and subscribe on YouTube right now. I think sure.
No, that noise. I don't even have YouTube.
Oh, okay, then I guess you don't have to worry about being seen.
He says his name is Nick Shirley and he's an entrepreneur.
Oh, that's cute.
We want it.
It'd be hard to get people on your side because you seem really agitated for.
I'm cool. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with being agitated.
We just want to make sure you don't start running because we don't want you to fall because we see the cane anchor.
You don't have to worry about me.
Okay, we won't. Thank you so much.
These are the same people that say that they're loving and accepting and peaceful. Nick is just asking simple questions, but he's always getting attacked and filmed, people saying nasty things to him, the long list of stuff. The only peaceful person in these videos is Nick.
You got some white people constantly telling a black person what to do. Always white people telling a black person what they have to do. Always. Always white people telling a black person what to do. I'm an independent journalist. That's what I am. Great. That's great. I'm still a black person, and white people are telling me what to do. No. You're asking me to do something I don't have to do. It's America. My people went through a bunch of stuff by white people telling me that I can't be in certain places. You just told me, leave. You're asking me. You're asking me. How? Because that car was following me for no reason? I'm not antagonist. You guys came to me. You came to me. All you guys came down here to me. I didn't come to you. Who cares about a truck? Really? A truck? You're intimidated about a truck. You are very bad at creating Really? Actually, a truck is pretty bad at creating content. You saw me drive through in a truck. No, you don't.
This is the thing, what I've learned. All the people that talk about racism, they've got the racism signs and they're trying to call everyone else a racist, while in fact, they are literally the people they're describing and labeling everyone else as. They're the problem. Because most normal people don't give a shit. But these people, it's the forefront of their personality in life. Whoa. Accountability spray.
Fuck you.
Ship's under your hand, Captain.
There it is. Yeah, it's all the same stuff. Going to protest outside an ICE facility, attacking people, attacking officers, and then when they get dealt with, they're the victim. It's all the same stuff. Why don't she stand up and walk then? Like I always say, if you're going to engage in stupid activities, you're going to win stupid prizes. Yeah, that's a unit right there. Don't use the brake. Just go, mate. Just go. That's a lot of unemployed people. This guy's holding the American flag while stopping officers literally trying to protect America. How does that make any sense? Lunatics. This guy made the rookie mistake of stopping. If he just kept going, they would get out of the way. And we'll see here in a second, someone threw a tyre at this armoured truck. That just sums up the IQ level we're looking at. Look, they're smacking it, throwing rubbish at it, bits of cardboard. We'll see in a second the tyre. What's that going to do? Oh no, during the job.
Let me show you the people. Aquí dice México. Solo tengo doble ciudadanía. ¿Ok? Hay que investigar.
It's like the people standing there watching know how to be a police officer better than police officers.
I'm pretty sure you pay taxes just like you and me. Does it matter?
Yeah, I think it does matter.
Hey, you're being recorded, we're going to record it to the station. Okay? Go ahead. Record it. So what? That doesn't have nothing to do with what? Freedom of speech, you're going to arrest me, bro? Look, you guys is grass and you guys are arrested.
Oi. Oh.
I swear I'm watching the same people because All these people look the exact same. As soon as I saw the blue hair, I already knew.
They killed him because they didn't get to do what the other people got to do to Renee.
Well, no, sure.
They didn't get the chance to hurt her. And it pissed them off that he took that away from them. So they killed him instead.
What?
He is a literal hero for saving her life. Because after seeing what happened to Renee Good, after seeing how good that guy felt to save her, they were mad that they didn't get to do that to her.
Or instead of obstructing officers and trying to stop them doing their job and running them over, you could have just stayed at home.
Patrick Henry was. Is life so dear, or peace so sweet, to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it. I know not that.
Check this guy's hard drive.
Others may take. But as for me, give me liberty, or give me death. This stands true today, and I don't have to amend a single word. It's happening in your backyard, in our streets. It's happening as they force their way out front doors. When will you wake up? The time is now. Not tomorrow, not next week, not next election. Because as far as Big Orange is concerned, there won't be another election. It is the right of the people, nay, the duty, for a well-regulated militia to bring down a tyrannical government. They'll all be asking very shortly, why so serious?
I think you've got other priorities, mate, like getting a job. Because he looks like a clown, sounds like a clown, so it must be a clown. How can you look like that and talk like that and then want people to take you serious?
I just searched for a bulletproof fucking vest.
Why?
I spent a year wearing one in Baghdad. And here I am 20 fucking years later, searching for one because the government wants to fucking kill me.
What?
To anyone who voted for him, and especially those that keep supporting him, fuck you. You. And it's not just fuck ICE, it's also Border Patrol and federal agents. And also, I guess, if anybody has suggestions, start.
So let me get this straight. Open borders means no bulletproof vest, but closed borders, you're going to get one. That's not adding up for me.
You are now under arrest. Sit down and wait for instruction.
I can't hear you. I'm at level 12 news. BT on the scene. I just pressed. You don't have any press? I don't.
Alright, why don't you move out there, okay? Just get out there. Stay outside the line, okay? Coming out?
Yep, stay outside the line. Simple. What?
They made multiple arrests.
These people will do anything but listen. It's very simple. Stay over the line. Do what you want over there, but they never do they? And then they complain when they get arrested.
They did it. They did it. They murked
Did
a
what?
white man, lawfully gun-owning American citizen. Everything they
nose
can
ring.
protect. The identities that they uplift in order to oppress other people, the people who look like them that they want to keep and prop up as oppressors, as the ultimate benefactors of white patriarchal privilege. They just murked them. What does that mean? Tides have officially shifted. And that's not to mean that violence has not existed. That does not mean that. But the tides have officially shifted because what they're showing us and telling us is that white supremacy, white patriarchal bullshit is so fucking fake. It's so fake that even people that are born into this, naturalized into this, can be marked.
What?
If they don't want to uplift it. That there's a caveat
What
to
are you talking about?
You have to not just be born into this. You have to subscribe to this belief so much so that you allow us to do it, or we will get you to. That is when a tide shifts, when society, a country visually sees that the people that this society is saying is a protected class nationally is not anymore naturally protected. It shows the cognitive dissonance. It shows that the shit is made up and fake. I've been saying for months that this moment in history, this moment in time for the United States of America is white folks' reckoning. It is y'all's reckoning more than anybody else's. More than anybody else's. You have to stand 10 toes down. What standing 10 toes down looks like is it might, as terrifying as all this is, it also is making the divide even larger, which means it's making the us even bigger. And folks who are born into a white patriarchal privilege are not protected based off of their morals and ethics and ideologies, and now they're discarded and seen as the other.
It seems like to me, there's a lot of unemployed people who have a lot of free time. Because that was a whole load of bullshit I just heard. And of course she's rocking the bull nose ring every time without fail.
Helm's yours, Captain. The horse is.
Because ISIS taking individuals, stripping them naked, and abandoning them in the woods. This is the time that
what?
Taking the dogs from the log at a nearby park or something. Please just keep an eye out. Make sure that there's more individuals in there who have succumbed to hypothermia. This is really important. Please share this with everybody, and let's just come together.
Are being taken out into the woods around Gallipoli and released in the middle of the night. You sometimes have no clothes, always with no phone. If they're drowned, there's no ID. And it's a death sentence. One of the people had a cracked skull that's been treated. So they're taking in people that they don't want us to know about, and they're dropping them in the woods, which
And we should believe this, because yet again, my bullshit bell is pinging off with these people.
What do you mean?
Hold on. Is that a bull nose ring? Is that a bull nose ring? Must be. Yep, it is.
You mean to tell me a 1-2 wasn't good enough? Had to be done too. I don't know about y'all, but I learned one thing. Growing up as my father's oldest daughter, oldest child, you don't bring a gun to a mother knife fight. You don't bring a knife to a motherfucking fist fight. So you fascist Nazi motherfuckers.
Why is it everyone that disagrees with their ideology is either a Nazi or a fascist? It's kind of getting old now. Come up with something else.
You're done. You're done. Come for me. Let's go. Because it's over.
You knew who saw the bull nose ring. But all these videos circulating the internet right now, like I've said before, what were the videos about when Charlie Kirk got assassinated? What did all these people say, the same people? Saying he should have kept shooting, a long list of horrendous things. But now, when it happens to someone they agree with, that person's the victim. But if it's someone they disagree with, then they deserve it, right? You can't make these people up.
It's time for Lefties Losing It. And Hassan Piker, the millionaire Marxist inciting communists to murder the rich.
Kill them! Kill those! Murder those!
the streets soak in their capitalist bloods, dude.
The dude who said America deserved 9/11, the miscreant who, despite advocating for violence and siding with terrorists, is nevertheless adored by Democrat politicians and media outlets, well, he's again sent some sage advice my way.
An Australian news broadcaster for skynews.com.australia talking about anti-American hatred demonstrated by the American Democratic Party against the American Republican President, Donald J. Trump. What are we doing here? Like, lady, don't you have a dingo story to cover? Why are you talking about Hassan Piker? It doesn't make any sense. Why is this lady defending the American Republican Party over the American Democratic Party? Like, this is not a thing for you. If anything, it's not beneficial for you to defend Donald Trump at all. What the hell are you talking about? Go cover the Wallabies.
It'll be a cold day in from the likes of you. But you are right about one thing. It's not beneficial for me to defend Donald Trump, given how unhinged our own media is about the president. But I'm not here to get plaudits from the media, political or activist class. No thanks. Now, we love a public tantrum in this segment, and this next one is courtesy of Florida State Rep Angie Nixon. Shock horror, she's a Democrat, and here she is railing against democracy. This is Governor Ron DeSantis'
Read the next bill.
None on the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Oh dear, Democrats started this war and they're going to regret that, particularly once Florida and Texas have done redistricting. Now, we haven't checked on the ladies of The View all week. They had a rough show overnight after former counsellor to President Trump, Alina Habba, appeared as a guest. It was 5 against 1, but she had their measure. And bad news, ladies, there are more indictments coming.
Why should anyone believe this pattern of targeting Trump's enemies is about justice and not revenge?
If you think that the Russian collusion hoax, if you think that the things that we've now seen evidence of in this Department of Justice aren't real, I just tell you to sit tight because things are coming. Because what they did was weaponize. I don't want to hear about weaponization because the reason you all know who I am is because of weaponization. I sat through targeting. People say we're going to get Trump.
Let's go to New York City now, lefty heartland that is going through some hard times. People are fleeing due to the crime, the mismanagement, the high taxes, cost of living. They're fleeing to states like Florida, Texas and Tennessee. What do those states have in common? Oh yeah, they're red, Republican states. The good folk of New York keep voting blue, and it's even worse in New York City. In 2024, more than 80% of people in Manhattan voted for Kamala, and then New York City made a literal communist mayor. Zoran Mandani calls himself a Democrat socialist, but he's a commie. Let's call things what they are. He's a commie who promised all sorts of free things to get elected, but 5 months into his reign, and it's panic station.
New York City faces a budget crisis and a historic tragedy. We inherited a deficit larger than any since the Great Recession. Years of mismanagement and chronic under-budgeting. We cannot close this deficit with savings alone. We need new revenue. And we need a structural reset in our relationship with the state. That is the only way to meet our legal obligation to pass a balanced budget.
So we've gone from free stuff for everyone to, oh no, we've run out of money and need new revenue sources in less than 6 months. That's So the previous mismanagement of New York City has long been a blue city, run by Democrats, and locals keep electing more of them. To another socialist mayor, Seattle's Katie Wilson, who thinks it's a big joke that millionaires will flee her crime-riddled, high-taxing city.
I think the claims that millionaires are going to leave our state are like super overblown, and if the ones that leave, like, bye.
Yeah, hilarious. The people who pay pretty much all of the taxes are leaving, and she's waving them goodbye. One thing you can say about socialists is they are economically illiterate. Now, let's end Lefties for the week on a high note that has enraged all the right people. There was a meltdown on Instagram when rap legend 50 Cent shared this video after the latest attempt on President Trump's life. Many men may wish death upon him, but the president isn't going anywhere.
Believe me, because it's my life, and I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone.
Let's bring in one of my favourite New Yorkers now, documentary filmmaker and commentator Ami Horowitz. Ami, let's start with the climate of hate, fear and violence that led to another assassination attempt. And I want to play you out in the wild talking to Americans about Trump being shot.
Would you have supported the assassination of Trump?
Oh, that's an interesting question.
You would support the assassination of Trump?
Sorry.
It's all right.
Interesting. I don't know. I have no idea.
Do you guys agree?
No comment.
I don't think I should say I'm okay.
I think legally you probably should answer that question.
Yeah, I was kind of, it's like, dude took a shot. Yeah, there was a little bit of like, missed opportunity. Like,
It was a missed opportunity.
Do you think that Trump, at the end of the day, will destroy democracy?
How did they shoot his ass again? I would agree if that happened.
Would you be upset if Trump was assassinated?
I mean, I wouldn't give a shit.
Do you think our country would be better off if Trump was assassinated?
Sure, yeah.
like everything he said, I'm on the same page.
If he was assassinated, would you sleep tonight?
Wouldn't be suicide.
If you're asking, do I want him to suffer in that sense, then yeah, I would not really lose sleep over it because he's an angry, violent, white supremacist who's been preaching anger, hate, violence.
Ami, the left has normalised political violence, and they appear oblivious to how they're guilty of the very things they accuse their political opponents of doing.
My only regret for that video, Rita, is that I shot it in kind of the hard left area of New York, and the truth is, I should have tried to shot that in the mainstream area of my neighborhood, the Upper West Side, where there are mainstream Democrats. I would have gotten the same answer. That's the problem. Of course, it's all coming from the left. This is, like you said, this normalization of violence and rhetoric of violence, which is coming from mainstream Democratic lawmakers and media personalities, is the problem. Look, you have mainstream Democratic leaders calling Trump a Nazi over and over again. A Nazi, okay? I'm a Jew. 6 million Jews were put in ovens. That's how a Nazi behaves. And you're surprised for this kind of violence? Well, when they're talking about Mangione, I talked about it when it first happened. I said, this is the moment where everyday Democrats are supporting political violence. They have no problem with it. Jimmy Kimmel joked about it. They all joked about it. When you see the CNN elevate a guy like Hassan Piker, who supports outright terrorism, embraces terrorism, okay? When he's normalized and he's raised on their platform, this is the problem that we're talking about. Do we not remember that after Butler, when Trump was tried to assassinate him the first time, the next day he's on TV saying Trump is a threat to democracy. The next day. And look, they are trying to pick for this, right, really hard. They're trying to blame us all. No, most of the political violence comes from the right. But the Wall Street Journal, which, by the way, everybody thinks the Wall Street Journal news organization, the news organization, not the people who read the comments and the op-ed. The news organization is a very part of the family of News Corp. That's the reality. And they had this whole article coming out trying to say that, no, most violence comes from white, right-wing people. And I won't go into the specifics of this data and how they got to it. It's so ridiculous. I went through it line by line. It is completely false. Look, they were saying that Josh Shapiro, the guy who tried to kill him and his family in Lilly, Josh Shapiro, the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, wasn't a left-winger. The man was saying free Palestine and from the river to the sea. Yes. That's Republicans saying that? But they said, no, you didn't take a political position on local, U.S. politics. You can't call him a left-winger. This is the level they're going to skew the data to try to obscure the fact that this is coming almost exclusively, definitely primarily from the left.
Well, yeah, when you take data from activist bodies who predetermine their findings pretty much, then yeah, you've got to get that result. But we've all seen the news for the last decade, and there's just been incident after incident. And no matter how you try to dress it up, this is a left-wing issue. This is not a both sides issue. And the longer you pretend it is, the longer you're avoiding dealing with it. And talking about hate and hysteria, Democrat Katie Porter, she wants to be the next governor of California. She sent an email to donors that included the phrase F Trump 4 times. Even in the subject line, she had F Trump. And she sent this army just a day after the most recent assassination attempt on President Trump. It's pretty clear that the Democrats do not want to turn down the temperature.
You know, it's so funny. I remember a Democratic operative on CNN said, look how deep the Democratic bench is. You refer to the people running the Democratic gubernatorial race for California. I was like, what? Katie Porter shows that you have a deep bench. She is a deeply, deeply ugly woman. And I'm not talking about a physical appearance. Okay? This is nothing new. Gavin Newsom, the full outward governor, had a zipper.
Push down, more speed!
Okay, this is nothing new. Remember this woman who was saying all this horrible afterwards and invective to her own staff. Remember, she was proudly got up the Democratic California State Convention with an F Trump sign, right? And repeatedly said to the donors in that letter and other letters, remember, I'm the woman with the white placard at the convention. She was lauding herself, saying, this is who I am, okay? Look, this came less than 20, okay, the letter is one thing. This is kind of like normalized again, using that kind of language on the left. But for the letter to come out less than 24 hours after another assassination attempt is the issue. And even a bigger issue than that, going back to that same theme, this normalization, no Democrats condemned it. No one said, Katie Porter, what are you doing? Shut up. That's the problem. Katie Porter's not the problem. It's the other Democrats that allow for this to breathe, which is the problem.
Army, a few minutes ago, I played a clip of your mayor talking about a budget crisis, he said, of historic magnitude. How bad is the financial position of New York City, and where's Zoran Mamdani going to find the money for all the free stuff he has promised?
It's really, really bad, okay? It's a $12.5 billion budget deficit, okay? For a little context, the Ukraine military budget is $6 billion, and they're holding off the entire nation of Russia, okay? The entire budget of Chad is $12 billion. Okay, that actually I'm actually shocked that Chad spent $12 billion on their budget. That seems actually pretty surprising. Maybe that's not a perfect example. No, and is it getting better? No, it's getting worse. Look, this is all because of left-wing spend and left-wing policies of the prior administration. And Mamdani, yeah, of course, he just started, right? $12.5 billion is not his problem. But what does he do to solve this? He's spending more money, okay? We have a rainy day fund, which totals about $2 billion. It's there for a rainy day. If we have a problem, you can tap into that. Half of it is gone, spent by him just in the last couple of months, okay? And what he's spending, this is the guy spending, right, millions of dollars on state-owned groceries, which, by the way, is 4x what a private grocery store chain will cost to open up, right? This is the guy that's spending $12.5 million on a daycare center for 40 kids with a $2.5 million operating cost for 40 kids. That's more than the cost of Harvard, okay? And his solution to all, and by the way, not to keep going, because so much talking about here, 3 of the 4 major
Where's the monkey?
agencies are downgrading the city of New York to negative,
All right,
which
come
is going
here.
to increase our borrowing costs, creating this debt cycle we will not be able to get out of. And what's the solution other than spending more money? Oh, why don't we drive out the people who are actually paying the tax in the city? Let's do that. Or let's allow more fare evaders. Do you know that last year, 50% of people who got on New York City buses didn't pay a dime? They just walked right on because the city does not want to arrest black people, because they did a study that the majority of people who evade fares are people of color. They don't want to arrest them. So let's allow everybody to simply get on the New York City transit system, which is supposed to be one of the major revenue drivers for the city. That's where we're at. Sorry, I'm pissed. I'm upset. Yes, I live in the city and they're destroying it.
Army, let's go back across the country to LA. There's a race to be the next mayor, and one of the front runners is a former reality TV star. He's got some Trump-like qualities. He's saying that he wants to return LA to its golden age.
This is where Mayor Bass lives. You notice something? Or here, where Nikki Raman's $3 million mansion sits. They don't have to live in the mess they've created where you live. This is where I live. They let my home burn down. I know what the consequences of failed leadership are. That's why I'm running for mayor.
What do you think his chances are? He's getting some high-profile support. His messaging is brilliant. His ads are very good. He knows what he's doing there, given that he has zero experience in politics. Could he pull it off?
He could pull it off, and by the way, his ads have been phenomenal. That was a great ad. Maybe my favorite ad was he went to the 6th Street Bridge in Los Angeles, which you couldn't see him because it's pitch dark, because there's no light there. Because Karen Bass, by the way, low-key, one of the worst, if not the worst mayor in the entire country. It's a running gun battle between her, Mamdani, and the mayor of Chicago. She is really one of the worst. She's been there for a long time, has a tremendous amount of institutional support in the city and electoral support. But yeah, his ad on the 6th Street Bridge, he went there because Karen Bass said, hey, if anybody wants to go there, you could steal all the copper wiring from the lights. And that's exactly what they did. They went and stole all the copper wiring from the lights because they want to put up, a solar panel lighting. Because, yeah, they're not going to steal that, right? No, it's horrific. He's got a chance because the city, people are finally, look, I know you laugh at me. I've said it over and over again. The state of California, it's just not lost. I know it's been lost for decades, but it was, in fact, a purple to red state when I was a kid growing up. And I want to believe, Rita, I want to believe it can happen again.
Well, that was before literally millions of immigrants went there and the demographics changed quite dramatically. So you live in hope that California could become purple or red again. I see it as deeply, deeply blue, but it will be fascinating to see the outcome of the race of who's the next mayor of LA. Army Horowitz, always a pleasure.
All right, let's find something interesting to listen to.
Four lefties losing it.
TikTok prank man gets arrested on 6 felonies. What's he doing?
You think this is like a TikTok thing?
It is a TikTok thing. I clocked it immediately.
Nice. Good job mopping that. These idiots are going to do this for the wrong guys. Or a guy that's having a bad day, and they're going
even bigger viral hit. But after one stunt spirals into chaos.
All right, hang on. I gotta run to the bathroom and get more coffee. I will be right back.
Chevy police, come to the front door. Nothing in your hands.
The following is based on official police records to date, and some of the footage has never been seen before until now.
What is this?
Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. On March 17, 2025, police in Tempe, Arizona respond to a Chipotle after the manager, Emma, reported an unusual encounter at the restaurant.
What they do?
You're Emma?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yeah, I can show you videos. I had a customer.
You think this was like a TikTok thing?
It is a TikTok thing. I clocked it immediately. And yeah, it was just like harassing and just getting in the face and stuff.
Your portion sizes have been lacking. So
Bro pulled up with his own army of workers, so I'm here to make sure
you guys are staying in check. Get out my door. So I'm gonna clean house. Go ahead and bring in the guys. What is going on? No,
No, you guys need to leave.
you guys are workers. These are my workers. No, these are my workers. These are my workers.
Oh man.
No, you have to let.
Oh man.
Get out of my store. Mop, I need everyone cleaning. Do your great job, sir. Hey, nice. Good job mopping.
Six felon. Wow.
Chicken's all right. Now, get out my store.
Uh-huh.
Let's pick this up. Get the napkins restocked over here, guys.
They're not.
Got you, boss.
They're touching like literally everything.
The group of fake workers all appeared to be dressed in Chipotle-branded hats
Yep.
and T-shirts. Emma claims that business was disrupted by the group's behavior,
It was.
some of which was captured on video by an employee and customer.
And the thing is, here's the other reason too, is that like if you let people do this, some of these are kind of harmless, but the problem is that you can't have a pattern of this behavior because then the harmlessness turns into harm. That's the issue. It'll escalate, yeah, because somebody else will want to get even more views, or even more views. Excuse me. Touching customers.
You're doing a great job, sir.
Chipotle should sue his ass out of existence. I agree.
delicious.
I agree.
Stocked over here, guys.
I think that the amount of TikTok pranks that just are distilled down into committing crimes and disrupting business and harassing people, I think that needs to be reduced massively. And I think that we need to have an additional charge, the same as we have like hate crimes. I think that we need to have an additional charge that's leveraged at people who commit crimes while they are live streaming or while they are creating some form of internet content. And I think that it should be like a multiplier in the same way that hate crimes are a multiplier. What about the Scientology speedruns? I think they should do that to them too. The people that are the Scientologists are law-abiding citizens that think something that's really stupid. I don't think that they should have any sort of interference with their stupidity. There's no. It's very simple. You can't do that. Like that's it. Like pickpocket videos? Well, those are people that are committing crimes.
All right, good job, sir. I appreciate that.
And also, their business isn't doing that. They have a right to worship in peace. Yep, that's right. Even if it's stupid.
Oh
They're doing this for financial gain. Yep.
All right, everyone, we quit.
We out. Man.
Do you want the incident documented, or since they're gone?
I mean, they're gone, so I guess it's fine. I don't know if you need a document or not. I mean,
Do it.
there's not
Do it.
much to do about it, so it's fine.
Oh, apparently there is.
Arrived, the video had already begun circulating online, and it didn't take long for Emma to locate the source.
Oh, this is the TikTok guy, actually. His name is... This is his TikTok.
What a stupid ass name. Oh my god. What year is this? Like 1951? Heston? Who the fuck names their kid Heston?
He's been going around a whole bunch of different stores.
The TikTok account at Terra Clout is owned by 24-year-old Heston James Cobb. On both TikTok and Instagram, Heston gained a following by pranking employees at recognizable stores.
So he's gone around. Oh, so this is how you racked up all the other felonies. Oh, that's good.
Including Target, Michaels, Home Depot, and Best Buy. His Instagram reels alone have been collectively viewed over 700 million times.
I'm not sure if this is the exact case, but I know some of those good little secrets. Yeah.
It's just
I think I've seen the guy's videos.
According to police records, no formal report was taken on this incident. As it stood, no one was harmed or assaulted, and nothing was damaged or taken from the restaurant. Less than 4 months later, however, Tempe officers would once again hear the name Heston James.
Just the way they frame it.
Months later, however, Tempe officers would once again hear the name Heston James.
Oh no!
On July 2nd, 2025, Heston and his group appeared at a Jiffy Lube auto shop. This time, the fake workers donned blue jumpsuits, carried tools, and pretended to work on cars, as captured on both an employee's phone and the company's security cameras.
Now we're doing something that's uh-oh. Uh-oh. Man, that's bad. It's a safety issue? Yep, sure is.
Okay, everyone, let's go. Let's go to the next shot. All done. Let's go.
This is why you press charges the first time? Yep. And this is what I said before, right? Remember how I said how all nuisance streamers end up dead or in jail? Like, that is the final conclusion for all nuisance streaming, is because basically there is a, like, it's like a thing where they have to continue upping the ante and doing something that's even more extreme than the last time. So eventually they'll do that and they'll hit the ceiling. They'll either annoy somebody who is a really bad actor and they'll get hurt, or they'll end up getting themselves put in jail.
Police records, no one was assaulted, nothing was stolen or damaged, and if Heston recorded anything, it wasn't published to his social media platforms. But he was far from finished.
Another one.
The next day, Heston's group targeted 3 more auto shops, including
this. See? You either nip this in the bud, or it gets a lot worse.
One owned by a man named Dave, who shares his fears that their actions will quickly lead to dangerous consequences if they aren't stopped.
These idiots are going to do this to the wrong guys, or a guy that's having a bad day, and they're going to get hurt.
Officers learned.
And by the way, when that happens, the entire world is going to be happy. Everybody is going to be so happy. It's going to be like Charlie Kirk, but instead of half of the country being happy about it, the entire country is going to be happy about it.
That those concerns became a reality during the group's final prank of the day, when they were dispatched to a Pep Boys after a 911 caller reported a strong-arm robbery.
Bro, I'm just telling you, that's the way it is.
Have you guys seen these two before or anything?
No.
Or how many were there?
15. 10 to 15 guys? Whatever fits in that van. It was loaded.
Seriously?
Yes.
Ow, alright.
Fucking with the Pep Boys. Uh-oh.
Hard to be for being frank, but...
Cool. I will.
That was scary.
Though they had no working cameras, the manager's account of what happened closely mirrors a video Heston posted to TikTok, showing the same prank unfolding at a different auto shop.
Yeah, he obviously
Just like in the video, the Pep Boys manager claims they were approached by 2 young men who said they were from corporate.
I'm just going to be bringing in all my guys, because you guys have been doing a really slow job. I've been getting multiple complaints. I'm from corporate, I told you. So this corporate thing. I'm calling in my guys, and they're going to be working on all these cars. They're not? Get to calling them. Oh, get to calling them? All right, let's see. Here they are here. I think this is them right here.
Uh-oh.
Come on, everyone. Get to work.
An employee of the Pep Boys described seeing the group pile out of the van, much in the same way.
It was a full-size, like...
The thing is that, like, if I was a retarded teenager, and even now, I mean, I do find this to be moderately amusing. Like, there is the, you know, like the obnoxious, edgy, bum fights loving, retarded 14-year-old that would scream into the Xbox Live mic. Well, he's still inside of me. It is amusing, but you just can't do it. You just can't do this, guys. You can't do it.
Passenger van.
Look, guys, people want to misunderstand things on purpose. I don't care about that.
It holds like 15 people, and there was a ton of them coming out. It was like 12 cars.
What does he scream?
One after another.
Came out
All
wrong.
of them
It's fine.
holding tire irons, tools of some sort, weapons, then piling out.
What would you do if you were a kid?
And I was telling
This.
them,
I would do
nobody
this.
comes in.
I would.
They forced their way in.
Did anybody touch you?
I would absolutely be the kind of kid that would do this with my friends. I would do this. And and I'll tell you that if the thing is like not really, yeah, 100%. Like, and so no, I'm being honest, right? And or like, let's say I'm not doing this, I'm doing something else that's illegal too, right? I mean, and if I saw this guy get arrested, I would tell
Zach, Cleo, Mo, and all my other friends, Eddie, fucking Bogey, like fucking everybody else that like would do any kind of bullshit with us. I would say, guys, we gotta stop. Austin. I'd be like, God, we gotta stop. Camera. Yeah, exactly. And but that was his name. That's what we call him. And so yeah, I would say, God, I'm done. Like, fuck that.
Wait, they touched, yeah. So you push. Yeah. It might not have been with hands. It could have been with shoulders, but I would do it down the way.
In the TikTok reporting, the fake employees can be seen carrying in tools, which they use as they pretend to work on the cars under Heston's instruction.
Yo, everyone, take that tire off. Take that tire off, quick. I got time for you. Everyone, check the oil. Check the oil. It's good. Everyone, get under there. Get under there. All right, well done.
Catalytic converter's like $500. Is it really? Damn.
Though the
How pissed
reported
would you be if
incident
that was your
ended in
car?
a clean
I'd be
getaway.
happy because that means they probably give you the change. They probably apologize and double check it, and then they'd say like, "We're sorry this happened to you," and then I'd probably get it done for free. I'd be like, "Oh, thank God, thank God, Heston's here." Thank God.
Pranksters, the one at Pet Boys, are very apparent.
Just being honest.
The manager explains that when the fake employees began trying
Well, if
to
it was
work
your
on
business,
customers,
oh, then I'd press charges. Yeah, I'd look him up. I'd see, oh, he's got 1 million followers. Okay, he has money. All right, yeah, let's file the civil case. Damages, let's start at 400. Seems good.
cars, he armed himself with a torque wrench and told them all to leave.
Everybody out. Get the out of the shop. Get out of here. They were backing out, and Alex, the manager, was in front of the van. They started moving towards it, so I took the crowbar and I hit the windshield to get the driver to stop. And that's where the glass on there, yeah.
According to the employee, the windshield, as well as both the driver and passenger side windows, were shattered before the group escaped.
Oh.
After interviewing other employees, officers learned that one of the pranksters took a tire iron that belonged to the store, and another shoved a technician during a physical altercation. According to police records,
Shouldn't have done
one of
that.
the videos had amassed roughly 8.9 million views by mid-July.
Stop self-snitching.
Along with 448,000 likes and over 4,000
That's a lot of likes.
comments. The detective later spoke with Dave, the owner of one of the targeted auto shops, who emphasized the impact the video seemed to have on the employees.
The tire store that he hit, the one that actually got posted, that's the Big Red Tire there on Southern and Mill.
Yep.
You need to go and talk to Rob Kid. He has people driving by his location and heckling him as he's trying to work. It happened last week.
Oh, wow.
That's right.
He was the one that actually in the video reached down and yanked the kid out from underneath the car.
We have a great, like, it's actually crazy that we put up with this. It is, we used to have a country. Guys, we used to have a country, and now we just have a bunch of mentally ill TikTokers harassing people. It's nuts.
Because the engine was just sitting there balanced
How much
on
money
a
was you from those
2x4 'cause the
views?
transmission was
Surprisingly
out of the car.
very
He
little.
didn't want that kid getting crushed.
This type of content's dangerous. It is.
The cars and stuff. Everybody leans against the rack. He pushes that thing down. You think that kid's gonna think it was funny at that point that he killed his friend? Probably not.
1 week later, on July 23, 2025, police prepare to arrest 24-year-old Heston James at his home and execute a search warrant.
They had food delivered about 10 minutes ago, so.
They had food delivered. So you're telling me this fucking idiot that drives around all the time can't even go to McDonald's himself? Oh my god.
There are people home. Tempe Police Department, we have a search warrant. You need to come to the front door with nothing in your hand. Heard something.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Oh, shit,
Hey, guys, we know you're inside. We have a search warrant for the residents. You have to come to the front door.
Oh, shit, man. What do we do? What do we do?
It's the police department. We have a search warrant. Yeah, open the door and I'll show it to you. We don't get to negotiate. Open the door and I'll show it to you. I have it here. Open the door and I'll show it to you. What's that? It's for the house. I have a search warrant for the house. It's signed by a judge at the Superior Court. You gotta come outside. You need to come outside. It doesn't matter who we're looking for. We have a warrant for the house. Come outside and I'll show it to you. Okay, I know what you're... Ready? Put your hands on your back. Step away from the door for me.
Immediately, bro. Immediately gets arrested.
You have any weapons on the husband?
No.
So we have a search warrant for the house. Right now you're under arrest, okay? Right, you're under arrest for a few different things. Disorderly conduct, trespassing, criminal impersonation, and burglary.
Well, this is what you have to do in order to get this stuff to stop. This is what you... See, this is going to make this stuff stop.
So why are you searching the house, though? What does that have to do with it? Let me show you the search warrant, but it's relative to the case that we have. Okay. So it's the pranks that you've been doing, like all over at the auto shops and at the Chipotle and stuff. I'm not going to say anything until the lawyer present. That's fine.
Smart guy.
I'll show you the search warrant, but we do have a warrant for the house to grab some things out of there. I'll show you the warrant. What we're looking for is on that warrant, okay?
Heston states that he lives with 2 other roommates, but he isn't sure if either of them are currently home.
Yep.
Officers cautiously
Not
clear
smart
the
enough,
house
yep.
one room at a time.
There are cats in here. Yeah. Do you wanna pop it and I'll...
Whenever you're ready. Come get type of your cat. Ready? There's TV on there.
Okay, pop it.
There's TV on there.
Hey, Tempe Police!
Tempe Police!
If you're in here, you need to come out with your hands up. Oh, hey, put your hands up here.
Well, howdy there.
Hey, face away from me. Face away. Yep. Yeah, hands. Cross your fingers.
3 monitors. Oh, total gamer. Yep. Gaming chair. Oh, yeah.
What's up? On your left. Face down.
Was he the one meowing?
What is happening? You got that.
What's happening?
So we have a search warrant for the house. We've been out here making announcements for a while, dude. Did you not hear us?
No.
Okay.
You didn't hear him? You really didn't hear him? You idiot. You stupid idiot.
Boyfriend lives here. I was just
Okay.
chilling at his place.
Okay, give me a second to think. Jake? Is Jake here right now?
No.
Okay.
The man, who identifies himself as Forrest, explains he's been playing video games while wearing headphones, which is why he didn't hear the announcements. He confirms that Jake and Heston's other roommate are out, leaving the house now empty. During the search, officers find Meta AI glasses likely used to record the pranks, as well as uniforms bearing the logos of multiple businesses.
Got him. Fucking got him. There it is.
Including Chick-fil-A, UPS, Target, Home Depot, and Raising Cane's.
Whoa.
Along with these items...
You can't do that to Raising Cane's. You can't. Like, that's the best chicken place there is. It's like the best chicken chain, in my opinion. I think it goes Raising Cane's, and then Popeyes and KFC are about the same. Church's is under that. I don't think it's that great. Popeyes is better. No, I had Popeyes yesterday. I eat Raising Cane's. I usually eat one of them a week at least, right? Zaxby's? That's a stupid name. I've never even been there.
That's a stupid name. I've never been there.
His goals and plans. 2 months.
Follower account. My goal for the end of the year is 1 million followers.
Before the Chipotle incident, he writes, I have no other choice but to make this work by any means possible.
By any means, I'm proud of the work I've been putting in. Oh, he's got a little journal. Oh my God.
I will give my family the best life due to my hard work. I
well,
cannot afford to miss a single day. This is my year. With Heston facing multiple charges,
I don't know if it's only going to be a year. It might be more than that.
Dave questioned whether or not there would also be consequences for those who helped him.
There should be.
All the 20 people that were hurt of it.
There should be.
They all need to be charged with trespassing and criminal mischief.
Which is a little bit more difficult because obviously their name.
He would have to identify that.
That's the hard part. He might be confessed. I'm like, and I'm almost positive.
If you get, I mean,
they're like, well, I'll just go with it.
I still don't know why all of them are
because the fucking document. Oh my God. The Gen Z haircut? Holy fuck, man.
Their hair, yeah.
According to court documents, 24-year-old Heston James Cobb was indicted on 3 counts of felony burglary in the third
I'm
degree.
gonna be honest, like now that he said it,
3 counts of felony criminal impersonation, 2 counts of criminal trespass in the second degree, and 5 counts of disorderly conduct. He entered a plea of not guilty, and the case is still ongoing. At this time, it is unknown if any of the other participants are being investigated or will face charges. Get the full story without the restrictions, including longer cuts, mostly uncensored episodes, and exclusive originals. Sign up for the eWoo Plus app, available on iOS, Roku, Amazon Fire, and Google.
that's so fucking funny to me. It is. Like, I'm so glad these idiots are finally getting arrested for this stuff. It's so annoying that they do this. It is incredibly, insanely, ridiculously, obnoxiously fucking annoying that you have these people going around committing crimes, causing problems, and doing this, right? It's quite poetic. He wanted to be popular making prank videos. Now he has a very popular video and he got pranked by the legal system. I can't wait for the jail prank. I mean, I think you're right. I think you have to put people like this in jail for like serious time. And the reason why is that this is a nationwide culture problem, and it can only be solved when consequences are applied to the people that are the bad actors. And I think that's the issue, is that if you don't go after these people that are very clearly breaking the law to cause problems, then what happens is that really, you're going to have more people to do it. You are. You're going to have more people to do it, more and more and more. Faces up to 9 years in prison. I like that. He's currently out on bond and on house arrest. Well, good for him.
How's it going, boys? Welcome back to Mogul Mail. In this video, we're going to talk about women. Stick around to the end because we're going to solve sexism in this video. Now, I haven't posted in a couple weeks because nothing's inspired me, but I saw a tweet from It's Timmy, the Apex Legends god and good friend of the stream, that said my clips were taken out of context in a video that invalidates and diminishes the experiences of women. And, you know, I was curious, so I clicked on the video and I watched what I can only call the Ocean's 8 of YouTube videos. Just a hot, stinking pile of garbage. And it is titled, How Feminist Ideas Make Everyone Weak.
I appreciate the compliments. Thanks. Also, did anyone notice that he crapped on the all-female Ocean's 11 as a way of insulting me? Be careful, you wouldn't want to be labeled as a misogynist. So recently, a lot of creators who disagree with me have been reacting to my content. Normally, I just kind of ignore this stuff because going back and forth between reactions like that movie Inception is annoying, and I don't find that kind of stuff entertaining. Particularly if there's no bigger narrative that's not just, this guy disagreed with me, let me tell you all the ways he's wrong. It just creates drama, and nobody really learns anything from it. But on this channel, I talk a lot about the most important thing not being who is right politically. The most important thing is de-radicalizing people and trying to create bridges that help everyone get along. And that's the common problem that I see with all these reactions. Whether or not these people have the correct opinion, they're exhibiting tons of behaviors that will radicalize their audience and divide people. I'll start with a little backstory. Over a month ago, Vosh reacted to my channel.
Yeah, probably. This channel's gonna get big. Well, it's already big.
Thanks for having faith in me, Vosh. Then Hassan reacted to me and said my content was awesome.
Dude, this is awesome. Okay, this guy's great.
Thanks, Hassan. I appreciate that. Then this guy reacted to me, whoever he is. And last, Ludwig reacted with the video that you saw in the intro clip. These creators reacted to a couple of videos of mine, but the most interesting reactions were to my video on the 2 documentaries from Vice and the BBC, which are basically plausible deniability pieces asking why women don't do well in esports, that were a lot more about promoting censorship and sexist affirmative action programs than they were about honestly investigating why women don't do as well as men in esports. You can tell that was the case because instead of asking very obvious questions of player demographics and competition, time invested in the skill, and realistically assessing the skills of the people involved, or talking about competitive trends like the Pareto distribution, they immediately go to the patriarchy and to pushing for women to get competition spots they didn't earn because they happen to be born female. Without wasting any more time, let's get into the behavior that is radicalizing people.
We're going to go through a lot of this. You can see all the notes at the top and really dissect this video and why it has zero information.
Really? There's no information that I got right? Now, I can understand if you don't know certain things of the video, but I spend a lot of time talking about skill building. Work really hard, try to find a mentor who is already successful, and network with friends who have similar goals. This advice is the main reason why I made that video, and it's also a big reason why people watch my channel. You agree with none of that? I have a hard time believing that because you wouldn't have the success that you have if you didn't do at least one of those things. It's important to know this stuff because it's more nuanced, and when you say your opponent to do nothing right by starting your video out with the energy of, there's no information here and I agree with nothing, you are vilifying that person to your audience, which will lead to extreme reactions and behaviors from the people who follow you because they believe they are righteously attacking someone who is evil and irredeemable. This is why when you write pins like this one, tons of your followers disagree with you and go into the behavior that you're telling them to do. If you want to keep things peaceful, how you say things matters. We all have to be careful about how we say things when it comes to disagreements. That being said, here's professional Apex Legends player It's Timmy doing the same thing Ludwig did in this tweet right here. My clips were taken out of context. I do not agree with any of the ideals portrayed in this video at all. With them, no ideal in my video was good. If you don't agree that hard work pays off, then why do you work so much?
My entire life is a video online. Either you wake up, I wake up, hit the live button, go to, turn off the stream, go to bed.
Again, I understand if you don't like the main premise of the video, but there is no way that I said absolutely nothing that you agreed with. And personally, I am very careful to not portray people as 100% bad, even if I just give them one tiny point that's good. Simply saying I don't agree with the video instead of I don't agree at all is enough to let people know your position without suggesting that your opponent is incapable of good. The second part of Timmy's statement is something that people who disagree with me love to accuse me of. Timmy said that I took his clips out of context. That's not true. His clips were fully in context. I described the events, and I put the source material in the description so people could fact check it. I don't know how I could have been any more honest. Though I will admit that I messed up the interpretation of this particular clip.
I killed one, I killed one, I killed one. He's low. Go for me, go for me. Buzz one, he's trying to search, for armor.
He full killed you? Bitch, bro. I said the bitch comment was directed at Timmy as an example of banter. People who reacted to it said it was directed at the other player, not Timmy. So I rewatched the clip to verify, and I do admit they were correct. I was flat out wrong there. Sometimes creators get things wrong, and the most difficult part about this job is that people really do expect you to get everything right. Seriously, you better not make a mistake, and even Ludwig agrees with that.
But let's be real. One bad analogy, throw the whole video away. It's just how it works, okay?
Right. If you stress an analogy or a metaphor, it will kill the video because people will hyper-focus on that mistake and ignore everything else. You'd be surprised how much one mistake screw up an entire video. It's my bad. If I had caught that mistake before the video released, I would have used a different example. That being said, let's talk about the stuff I think Ludwig got wrong. And a key feature of many of these bad interpretations is that people reacting didn't really accept my point.
But it turns out that the 50% of the people who play the esports aren't, 50% of the people who play Dota aren't women. It goes into this.
Earlier they said Dota 2, right? What percentage of women play that game? 20%. What about another popular competitive game like Fortnite? 27%. Higher than Dota, but you can still see that there are way more male players than females, so it statistically makes sense for almost all the top players to be male.
I kind of want to hear this.
What's good, y'all? Giving y'all a twofer for the day. This is just a video that was on my feed that I found it interesting. So I usually don't really rock with Myron Gaines, but I do want his hairline, man. Where you get your hair put on at, bro? Give me the info for that. I'm being 100% serious about that. Y'all see me with the Matt Barnes in my next couple videos. Once I start getting some money, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. And I'm act like it ain't never happened. I'm act like I wasn't never bald. Let's check the video out.
The most interesting person that they can talk to. That's been my example. Like I just when a woman talks to me, I make sure that everybody else they ever talk to is infinitely more boring, and I just really deep dive and get to know who they are, what they like, what makes them interested. Because I really don't. Because people like cool. I think that guy's awesome. I know I'm also furious that he's ODing on stream because what the f is he doing? And I wish he would have somebody like check him a little bit because I don't want to see that guy dying. That would break my heart. He's like 21. He's kind of talking about how you need to be sexy, you need to be successful. For me, I just think you just need to be compelling and just make your life story to them and make them think that you're like truly the most, like the Dos Equis commercial. Make them think that you're the most interesting man in the world. And I think a lot of things that, for me, the way that I talk to or have talked to Casey, I'm engaged now, is just make sure that everybody else, people don't know how to talk to girls.
So I agree with him. I'm gonna play what Myron said too, but the first point, anybody that's following the clavicular dude and all of that, like, if you think that's how life really is, I feel bad for you. A lot of these people, and especially in the manosphere and all this, but it was something that clicked. I forgot what video I was watching earlier. I think it might have been the Answer the Podcast video, but it clicked for me where like a majority of these internet people, right? No, it was Abba and Preach. A majority of these internet people grew up as lame, so they didn't really have friends. And when I say lames, I'm not saying it in a derogatory term, it's just in reality of what it was. Like, I had friends, but I was still kind of lame, but I had friends though. So, but if you grew up with no friends at all, right? And you got into gaming culture and you made your friends online, now you're an adult in your 20s and you go to work, and then you're probably kind of weird with the girls at work because you never actually interacted with females. And I'm an average looking dude. In high school, I was probably seen as successful because I was an athlete, going to college, play sports. In college, I kind of had a down peak because I got fat, was drinking, and like, yeah, my freshman 40 came on. But I still was able to pull chicks. So even through college, some of the most sought after I pulled in college. Being fat and not like, you know what I mean? I stopped playing football, so I wasn't lifting no more out like. And then from my like 25 like 30, from 30, like, man, last summer, I could see it last summer though, the skin was glowing out, the skinny face, the beard was like perfectly, I had so many grays in it. Man, it was like, but it's really because that gets me, like, the look appeal will get you in the door, right? If there's no attraction there, it's gonna take multiple times of y'all kicking it for that attraction to kind of kick in. Because women adapt to, like, it's environmental. People whoever's closest to them, they're gonna build some kind of a. But I think that's a biological thing. So they gotta get to trust you first, then they get your personality, and they like you. That's when you see like these goofy looking dudes with like these like slim, athletic looking like girls. It's because of that. Like Buddy they were in the same proximity, and Buddy, I wouldn't say wore her down, but she got to know who he really was. But if it's in like a bar encounter, which a lot of dudes are scared of, like, I didn't realize how many, especially this new generation, they're probably definitely afraid of that. But like in our generation, like, we was going to different schools, pulling girls at bars. In my 20s, I was kind of a makeout band at bars. It had to be wild, bro. But when it came down to like the talk, like my life story is ridiculous, bro. It's so ridiculous. So much ridiculous stuff that has happened. I was gonna do a series on it. I was like, nah, because I kind of want to keep them some of them stories in, or if the platform is bigger, then I will. But some of the stuff I've lived is like out of fucking movies. I've said multiple times to myself in situations, usually drunk, and usually like usually it's either a bar or like an outside patio of a bar, like, or like, if this ain't real life, like this can't be real, bro. Like, that's why I'm like, it's gotta be a simulation, bro, because this shit is wild. Like, that's happened so many times in my life, bro. And I realized, and I think a lot of that comes from traveling, but if you can connect with a female about something, so like, I'll give a good example. A couple weeks ago, I'm in a bar, having drinks with the homies. Girls just like come next to us, or actually we knew one of the other ones, which makes us even more. Yeah, I'll think about it. It makes it even more impressive on my end. I used to talk to the other one, but it wasn't like no bad blood in there. But so her and her friend come in, and her friend was talking about her friend was moved from a different state, and I happened to live in that state when I was closest to it. So we start talking about that, and then that goes into she's a fan of a team that I know a bunch of players and now a couple of coaches, like it's their state team, they D1 team, and like start talking about that, like, oh yeah, one of the little homies is so and so, he's like the 7th or 8th man, like, so we just. And in that conversation, what I realize is this is like 2 key signs. If you're talking to a girl and she keeps touching her hair, 'cause that's a nervous habit. Either she wants to get away from you, or she is into what you're talking about. And if she's not looking in your eyes, that's why a lot of dudes, and I'm fully chiseled out, and I still know in situational, I'm like, it's uncomfortable, but when you talking to a female, maintain eye contact, bro. Like, maintain eye contact, looking directly into her soul while you talking to her. And then that's how you'll know if she's into you or not. If she's into you or not, she will not break eye contact with you. Or she'll look away, like, nervously and then look back. If she don't want to talk to you, she'll be looking like, you can tell. Like, she's like, and then once you get that, back off, like, oh, I'm have a good night, like, move along. But it's not really, it just takes confidence. And like, our society now in America is so bad at rejection, and like, we can't, a lot of the young people can't handle that. But we was still getting numbers getting written down on paper, baby, back in the day. That was one of the things before, like, the cell phones got big, like, when I was 16, 17, 15, 16 probably, everybody started getting cell phones. But before that, we was at the YMCA, bro. You always knew to keep a pen on you. Always. Keep a pen on you. Like, because if a girl came and you ain't had no pen and you try to remember her number, bro, that's tough as hell. Ain't we bold enough to call a house phone? Different generation, bro. We bred different. Millennials is bred different, bro. But let's listen to what Myron's silly ass gonna say.
In my opinion, I don't think they know how to talk to them at all. And I think if you can make them actually feel heard, that's kind of the way that you can kind of keep them by your side forever, and they will actually give a fuck about you.
So Myron got to be damage control here, because that is opposite of Myron's message. But what he's saying is true, bro. I got some females in my life that I got that strictly platonic, that are ride or die. In high school, I had some ride or die. They got into a whole big ass, like, 3-4 month situation with some other girls in our school because they thought that they was trying to, like, mess with us. Like, I had some ride or die, bro. I love all them girls too. I don't talk to most of them now, cause I don't have social media, so like, you don't really. And they married and stuff. So texting is weird. Like, I ain't texting no married woman. But that's the thing. If you actually show a woman you care about her, you're so rare that she remembered me. Like, that's one thing I can say. All of my exes remember me. And that's not even from an ego perspective. That's because I hear my name in conversations that they've said more than you ever should. Somebody you dated 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Like, why you still talking about me? But it's because I give a damn. And I mean, I'm not the best with emotions and stuff like that, but I show that I'm like, I show up. And Myron's about to have a, like, watch how Myron does this. Or May.
You know, look, I wish it were that way, man. That like just be having. I wish it was like just be a good guy and that'll go. But like the thing is this, like, and I'm glad that you brought up clavicular, because clavicular has kind of brought to light what I've been talking about forever. And it's like what he's basically demonstrating is that he's demonstrating hypergamy at like a super high level, which is like he's going to the clubs, he's making out with these girls, he's a good-looking guy, he's got cameras following him, he has money, etc. So he has like the trifecta, right?
This thing, you just need to be the most interesting person that they can talk.
So that's like Myron's worldview. Them cats gotta get out of Miami, bro. The girls that they are interacting with are the lowest common denominator, bro. That's the nicest way I can put it. Like they don't like when they say touch grass. I hate when people say that. Like you gotta touch grass. But some of them really need to get out of the major cities, bro, or go like travel around, not just Miami and LA and Vegas and New York. Like go to Chicago, go to Philly, go to Memphis, go go to New Orleans, bro. Go be around actual people, bro. Everybody, he's like that trifecta of the money and the lights and the like. That's what y'all hope to achieve, bro. That's weird. That's very weird. Like if that's what you think success is like I got fame and like, bro, famous people commit suicide more than the average person by percentage. I would confidently say that. The fame is the thing that kills people, bro. And at some point, how much money is enough money? Like, if I'm with somebody that I gotta keep buying a bunch of stuff for them to be happy, I don't want that person around me, bro. That's a terrible person. Like, if material things are what it takes to keep you happy, you're a terrible person. It just is what it is, bro. Like, and you got millions of people following these people like Myron that are just terrible people. Have confidence, young guys. Have confidence. Go out there and talk to them. Like I say that to myself sometimes. Sometimes I be like, she's bad as a mother. I live in a apartment complex where we got one elevator. And I be on the elevator with some of them like, she bad as hell. But also, young fellas, do not mess with girls that live in the same place you live. In other words, the wise. Do not date a girl that lives in your same complex or near you. Like in eye shot of your place. Unsafe. Very unsafe. Alright, y'all. Skinny Cabs. I'm out. Peace.
You remember in 2020, the like Gucci, Chanel stuff in Soho when that was looted.
Well, NYPD is investigating a robbery pattern targeting high-end clothing boutiques.
That looms so much larger in many sort of Bloomberg liberals' imaginations as profoundly more violent in some ways than the original action being protested, right? And I find that really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about the Boston Tea Party as part of like, that's a political destruction of property, and yet right now it feels like I agree with you. The looting around the 2020 protests was such a huge talking point. It made people so uncomfortable. And I'm curious why, like, what do you think the root of that is?
I was thinking, you know, that thieves are actually quite highly valorized in narrative, you know? I mean, Aladdin, famously.
You know, a lot of people claim that I exaggerate when I say that these left-wing idiots actually believe that criminals, all of them, are in fact Aladdin. But here you have a New York Times podcast that features Cenk's nephew and this woman from Jezebel, and they are actually making the case in this particular podcast that stealing is something that we actually should culturally accept, and in fact, in many instances we do, and the example that they cite is in fact Aladdin. I don't want to hear anybody, and I mean absolutely anyone, saying I'm exaggerating when I say that these people genuinely believe that criminals are innocent Baba Angel Aladdins, because in reality, they say so themselves. But this podcast, an absolute disaster. And you could tell from the ratio of likes to dislikes, you could tell from the comments, because what this essentially is a bunch of elites, and by the way, you have Cenk's nephew, a multi-millionaire, somebody who has become famous off the internet.com, and of course a bunch of other people in the journalist class that feel superior to you due to the fact that they're in the coveted media positions that they're in, making the case that we should undermine our society by allowing theft to happen. It's no big deal. In fact, they even have some catchy new terms for it, like micro-looting.
I'm proposing a new term. Micro-looting.
And yes, this is the perfect example of the luxury beliefs, because these people never have to suffer the consequences of what they actually advocate for. They are immune to it, and of course, they feel virtuous for taking these positions that, again, regular, ordinary people suffer as a consequence of. So this is what we're going to talk about. This is what we're going to discuss. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
I forgot 4 lemons. And on several occasions, I was like, I'm just gonna go back, grab those 4 lemons, and get the hell out. And
you should go to prison.
I know. You think they're gonna ban me?
They should throw you in jail.
But I didn't feel bad about it at all.
So before we get into the specifics of the moral depravity that we see on display in this New York Times opinion podcast, I want to point out a couple of things that should be obvious, which is both of these individuals, Cenk's nephew and this Gia woman, are people that are in the United States of America due to our failed immigration policies. And Gia, whose parents are from the Philippines, was actually born in Canada. She was allowed to immigrate to the United States of America when she was 4 years old, and now that she is a U.S. citizen, she uses the privilege of being in this great nation to undermine everything about our civilization while trying to portray herself as virtuous. And by the way, her parents were arrested for actually defrauding our immigration system for trafficking, for doing H-1B fraud, and this woman has a series of articles about how her parents, who by the way pled guilty because they were guilty, are actually the real victims, and it's an injustice. So here you have this anti-American trash woman brought to this nation by immigration fraudsters. That's the whole reason they moved to Houston, Texas in the first place. Trashing our system, trashing our nation, saying it's okay to steal from our nation. It's actually an act of resistance, and it's embarrassing. Oh, and by the way, according to the Daily Mail, when they confronted her about justifying and stealing from regular, ordinary people, she went on a foul-mouthed tirade, really angry that they showed up to this woman's house, because how dare you not respect her private property rights? And of course, this house was a $2.2 million Brooklyn brownstone. So family of scammers that defrauded our immigration system, still allowed to remain in the United States of America. They got probation instead of being denaturalized and deported. This is the end of owning a Brooklyn brownstone. And of course, she's endorsing communism, stealing from regular ordinary people, and later on, terrorism. Absolute scum through and through.
I was born in New Brunswick, New Jersey, and my parents wanted me to that.
Cenk's nephew, and I played this clip before time again, is a classic case of an angry baby of parents who defrauded our immigration system, who came to the United States of America specifically to give birth to him, only to take him back to Turkey because they wanted him to have automatic American citizenship. And if there is not a greater example of why the Supreme Court should overturn the current interpretation of the 14th Amendment, then Cenk's nephew, I don't know what we should call this, the Cenk's nephew decision, and make sure no scumbag like him will ever be allowed to steal American citizenship ever again.
Did you steal from the Louvre?
Yes.
I would not be logistically capable of executing such a fact, but would I cheer on every news story of people that I see doing it? Absolutely. Absolutely.
So I just want to point out the obvious, which is the reason why these people are endorsing stealing from the Louvre or stealing from any Western museum is because they are Western museums, because Europeans are great preservers of culture. They end up calling it theft of culture, but in reality, these people have no commentary at all whatsoever about how Islamic societies destroy artifacts like ISIS destroying ancient Sumerian artifacts or anything of the sort. Obviously, Cenk's nephew, a communist, and the communists are well known for destroying historical artifacts, and this is because these are third worldists, and this is not to be confused with third worlders, which both Cenk's nephew and the Gia woman absolutely are. When I say third worldists, I'm talking about the ideology that is anti-Western and always trying to victimize and uplift the third world. The host of this particular show, who by the way is also a Nepo baby, she is the child of the writer of Mouse. She is a natural-born American citizen, not a third worlder, but she's also a third worldist, because again, it speaks to an ideology.
Would you steal from Whole Foods?
You want to go first?
Yes, and I have under very specific circumstances. I think that stealing from a big box store, I'll just state my platform, it's neither very significant as a moral wrong, nor is it significant in any way as protest or direct action.
But of course, we transition from stealing American citizenship to just stealing from regular ordinary stores, and we hear a very classic explanation of why it's okay to do so from these individuals right here. And of course, it's because the corporation is so big, really, it doesn't hurt anybody for you to steal. Obviously, we had the Aladdin explanation because they're stealing out of need. But of course, what we end up finding out is that this Gia woman often frequently steals from Whole Foods, even though, again, she is not in need of that. And in addition to that, she's going to a high-end grocery store in the first place, even though she makes an excuse that she's doing so for someone else.
But I did steal from Whole Foods on several occasions. Like, I've been involved in like a neighborhood mutual aid group since 2021. And so every week I would go get groceries for Miss Nancy, my now family friend who lived nearby, and she wanted to go to Whole Foods. She wanted food from Whole Foods, so I was like, okay, great. And so I'd be getting Miss Nancy all her groceries, and then I would finish, and I'd be like, oh my God, 4 lemons. I forgot 4 lemons. And on several occasions, I was like, I'm just gonna go back, grab those 4 lemons, and get the hell out. And
you should go to prison.
I know. You think they're gonna ban me?
They should throw you in jail.
So make no mistake about it right here, these people are not advocating for any kind of moral action or anything of the sort. It's not about big corporations or anything like that. They are civilizational destroyers. They are third worldists who are making the case that it's great to undermine Western civilization in every possible regard, but even further than that, they're trying to undermine one of the basic foundations of any civilization. Any kind of civilized society has figured out from the dawn of time, since we started becoming larger communities, that if you allow theft to go unchecked, that's it. It's over. You can't do anything. You can't trade, you can't do business. It raises the cost of business, and this is something that always holds you back. This is why, dating back to the original Hammurabi's Code, there are rules against stealing. Obviously, it's in the 10 Commandments, and again, it's because foundationally, you need this in order to function as a society, because if you can't have basic trust, basic tenets of behavior, guess what? The whole thing falls apart, and these people actually advocate for that at different points in time, even though, again, if you were to try to steal from one of them, if you were to go to Cenk's nephew's house and steal his car or steal any of his property, he would lose his mind and demand that you be punished to the fullest extent of the law.
All right.
Of course, when it's your stuff, when it's stuff that impacts your community,
I'm gonna do some actual playing now.
and again, these people don't have to live with the consequences of this.
But I didn't feel bad about it at all.
And was part of it because of how you feel about Whole Foods as a corporation?
Yeah, it already felt like a bit of a compromise. Like at the time, I was like, I had not been to Whole Foods. I had a bit more sort of consumer discipline about where I was spending my money then, and I already felt like I was in the hole even by shopping there, and it certainly felt in a utilitarian sense. I was like, this is not a big deal.
Well, now I've talked about this before a multitude of times about these big corporations and how, oh my God, they're exploiting everybody and it's okay to steal because you're in need and things are so expensive and these people have massive profits. But the thing is, the way that these companies end up generating profits, take Walmart for
I'm gonna do
example,
Seamus.
is by selling you a lot of stuff at a very low margin, and again, they're profiting off the volume. So what ends up happening in communities that embrace the idea or
All right.
the rules on
This
that
is my
that
original
these
base.
grocery stores, these full service grocery stores, they end up closing.
My original
and
game.
raising
I gotta.
prices prior to that, spending money on security and whatnot, but eventually they end up closing. And what happens after these locations close? These same buffoons will come out and talk about food deserts, about the lack of grocery stores in these poor areas, even though again, it has
Shoujo.
nothing to do with poverty, it has everything to do with behavior. And the fact is, when you keep stealing from a store, you're going to drive them out of business, and then you're going to complain about higher prices in smaller little corner stores because those stores don't have the economies of scale, because you put out the stores that have the economies of scale out of business. A perfect example of this is the city of Chicago, and we covered this before, where all 4 Walmarts in that particular city closed at the same time. And this is because after 10 years of not making money at any of these locations, they were like, enough is enough. Theft is getting even worse at our locations, so we're not going to do it anymore. So these people, what they're advocating for is death by 1,000 cuts. But again, they live in fancy neighborhoods where there are Whole Foods, where there are Trader Joe's, high-end neighborhoods, so they don't suffer the consequences of this. When you practice these beliefs, you end up having to deal with it. And by the way, I will also add that they talk a lot about New York and New York City in particular. Retail theft in the city of New York has gone up exponentially since the Black Lives Matter riots, since the defunding of the police, since bail reform. You can see this chart right here from John Jay College of Criminal Justice. And in fact, if you actually took out New York City from the entire country over this period of time, you would have seen a net decrease in retail theft nationwide, because it's really being carried by a bunch of blue cities in particular that gone soft on these type of crimes. And a perfect example of this is that in New York City, we talk about this a lot, 327 people are responsible for 1/3 of the shoplifting arrests in the entire city. So these people are getting arrested over and over again. Again, they're practicing the policies that Jake's nephew and this Gia woman and this other woman from the New York Times are advocating for. And the result of that is a loss of businesses, a shutting down of businesses, and significantly higher prices in the city of New York, and a higher rate of increased prices than anywhere else in the country. Now, of course, there are other factors that play into that. They recently did a congestion pricing tax that actually charges regular ordinary vehicles only once per day, but it actually charges delivery trucks every time they enter into the congestion zone. So that means higher prices,
God damn it.
taxes, increases in taxes, higher rents that are due to the fact that these same politicians block building because it doesn't fit their personal agenda, and all these different things that get significantly worse due to the policies that these individuals advocate for. But again, they pretend like it's okay. They pretend like it's cool. They try to convince you that destroying civilization, destroying one of the foundational pillars of that civilization will be good for you, and it's absolutely embarrassing. And again, it doesn't stop there.
When you feel this much anger, and it doesn't feel like there's hope for it to be changed in a regulatory way, I think that's when you get to things like killing the CEO of United Healthcare and there being an outpouring of glee or murder online because it feels like finally someone can actually do something about healthcare. I think 40% of Gen Zers felt that murder was morally justified. But it's scary to be in a society where people feel that murder is morally justified. And I'm curious how we thread that line.
So look, we talked about this multiple different times on this channel, and I've made my position 100% clear for everybody out there in the audience. If you are excusing the alleged actions of Luigi Mangione in the murder of Brian Thompson because you don't like the healthcare industry, you're an immoral and depraved person, and you are endorsing far more violence and a far more destructive society than you can possibly imagine. And in addition to that, it's not like the murder of this guy actually changed anything for the better in this nation. In fact, all it did was show us how depraved huge portions of the American population actually are. But the thing is, this makes these people uncomfortable because they they didn't actually accomplish any objective through this murder. By the way, Charlie Kirk gets mentioned here, and we get the downplaying of the left wing's broad celebration of his murder as well, which, by the way, that guy took inspiration, Tyler Robinson, from this particular guy, in that they both wrote stuff on the shell casings. They both marked the bullets with messages. Where do you think he got that idea from? But of course, we end up hearing from Cenk's nephew, the king of all idiots, the anchor baby, that should be justification alone for a revision of the 14th Amendment if the Supreme Court doesn't do their job. And he ends up coming up with an anti-concept in order to excuse away the broad support for murder.
Yeah, Engels wrote about the concept of social murder. And Brian Thompson, as the United Healthcare CEO, was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder, the systematized forms of violence, the structural violence of poverty, the for-profit paywalled system of healthcare.
So you always know that these people have no good argument at all whatsoever when they bring up anti-concepts like social murder right here, as Cenk's nephew did, because again, they're just trying to deflect away from the issue at hand, which is a brutal and heinous murder that took place in downtown Manhattan that is inexcusable in every possible way by a depraved individual who, by the way, is being worshipped largely by the left wing and by many parts of the populist right, which is disgusting and more reprehensible, because if you're on the right, you should have a better moral foundation than that. So yeah, I'm more ashamed of those people than the people that I expect to support this murder. But of course, Cenk's nephew's like, oh, social murder. It's the same thing that they do when we're talking about retail theft and the damage that it has. You end up hearing from these people that, oh, it's priced in. They factor in some levels of theft at the store. Therefore, increasing theft to any degree is somehow not going to cause any problems for anyone else. So that's no big deal. And by the way, what about wage theft? What about this other issue? What about this other problem that has nothing to do with the topic that we're talking about? Because they're trying to pitch you on this idea that Devin Tracy made popular, that two wrongs makes a who cares. If I can name another wrong, or if you bring up a problem, I could say, here's another problem, and then we could just not talk about the problem. And it's embarrassing. It's humiliating. And again, the New York Times, supposedly the paper of record, is putting forward this kind of ideology on their platform with two disgusting and depraved individuals who should not be citizens in the United States of America.
Go back. You were talking about sort of what you do see as effective political protest, and recently a employee of SET fired Kimberly Clark Warehouse as a protest. Is that an effective form of political protest, or is that purely violent?
No, I found it, that you gotta be tactical. I mean, I feel like Mike Davis wrote about this. It's like, it's not the action, it's the context in which it exists. And do I think that some sort of fire could hypothetically be framed within a collective action that is tactically useful? Yes. Does a disgruntled guy burning down the warehouse do it for me in terms of effective political action? Not at all. But I do, but...
Sabotage has played a formative role in labor union.
Everything.
Yeah, in labor unions as well. But if
can't do that one yet.
Conducted unilaterally, then it's entirely different.
And that's an individual action. And if he could have gotten
that's
away
the
with
one
it
I
without
can't
being
do.
caught, I mean, I didn't follow this case very closely, but it seemed like, yeah, like anything done by an individual on an emotional, on a kind of primarily emotional whim, that's not the point. That's not the point.
Now they then pivot to the guy who was arrested for setting that warehouse on fire in Ontario, California, and weirdly they're against this particular guy. But of course, because these are elitist socialists, the reason why they're against this guy is not due to the fact that what he did was reprehensible, disgusting, depraved, that he could have killed other people, that he did so in an area that's near the Los Angeles area. Ontario, California is quite close, and thus is prone to wildfire, so people could have lost their homes. It could have caused another devastating fire, which, by the way, many of the wildfires are started off by people incidentally setting a fire or purposely setting a fire. They say it's because there's no collective action in this, and that's what makes it really bad, because it's just an individual action, and therefore the actions of emotional individuals aren't as good as when you do the same kind of thing in the name of some kind of collective cause, even though, again, this guy did do it in the name of a collective cause. He videotaped him doing it. And by the way, I also want to say one of the funniest parts about that particular story was the fact that they so happy at this job because the pay was really good.
How long have you been working there? 2 weeks. They started making good money.
So again, the weakness here, the depravity is absolutely embarrassing. And by the way, if this host right here was born outside of the United States of America and became a naturalized citizen, she should have never been admitted to this country as well. We need to get rid of all these kinds of individuals because they're absolutely terrible and destructive for our nation. And again, we should not be choosing people that actively hate our country to become a part of our nation. One of the things that I find absolutely fascinating about this is obviously they're depraved. Obviously, this is an example of luxury beliefs that they don't have to suffer through. And by the way, even though I'm doing pretty well off, the fact is I live in New York City and I have to suffer the consequences of dumb policies that these people advocate for because I still live in a regular, ordinary-ass neighborhood. But recently, when I had to go to the pharmacy with the wife in order for her to pick up a prescription, we had to go to one specific pharmacy because all the other ones closed because of problems with theft. And guess what? The line was outrageous. It was insane. It was ridiculous. And yeah, this is what we have to deal with in the real world when we actually have to face the consequences of this. But these people, no consequences at all whatsoever actually dealt to them because, again, they're living high on the hog, especially Jake's nephew, who's a multi-millionaire.
And so I just wanted to end by asking you what's one thing that you think should be okay, but currently isn't okay.
So what's fascinating about the end of this particular show is that after they displayed an unbelievably ridiculous moral depravity, after they try to use buzzwords in order to obfuscate what they were trying to say.
Yay, boys! Oh, Maggie, Maggie May, they're taking you away. Just lay it upon Van Diemen's cruel shore. Oh, you rocked so many whalers and many drunken sailors, but you'll never cruise round Liverpool no more. Now come here, all you sailors old, and listen to me tell. I know you all will sadly pity me, for I was a ruddy fool in the port of Liverpool on the voyage when I first paid off from sea. I was paid off at the home for a voyage from Sierra Leone. £2.10 a month had been my pay. As I jingled in me ten, I was sadly taken in by a lady of the name of Maggie May. Oh, Maggie, Maggie May, they've taken you away to slave upon Van Diemen's cruel shore. Oh, you robbed so many whalers and many drunken sailors, but you'll never cruise round Liverpool no more. When I steered into her, no, I hadn't got a care. I was cruising up and down Old Cannon Place. She was dressed in a gown so fine, like a frigate on the line, and I've been just a sailor man gave chase. Well, next morning when I awoke and I found that I was broke, I hadn't got a penny I could find. So I had to pawn me suit, me Johnells and me bolts, and lost the ship!
Bandages. That ain't good. Of course not. Why would I have the shit I need? That would make sense.
Careful now. Health before haste.
I just want to see if that's the best you got for seating. Alright, I'm going to log off for a bit. I'll be back on later. You guys have a good morning. I will see you in a few hours.